go. Watch me as I go.
Should I look both ways before you cross me, babe? 'Cause I don't break for boys.
I'm moving on.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Today could be the day where we'll have a new winner, and what's even more exciting, we have a new co-host. Actually, it's the old winner now that I think about it. We have a new co-host today for the first hour because Judit is busy making the first move. But there's none other than the legend. Anish Giri is here. Anish, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, John. I don't think that it is like, I still think the fact that we're going to have a winner today, it's a bit more exciting when it comes to exciting things. But
not to me. I think it's going to be a boring
okay.
draw, but you'll be here for an hour dropping knowledge.
Okay. Yeah. I think we'll quickly shift towards being very excited about the second place race, right?
Yeah.
Because it might be really relevant at this point. And okay, Jan's chances of not winning the first prize, I think they're like under 1% at this point.
I think they're pretty much zero. I haven't even done the tiebreak math, but I'd be so shocked if it wasn't a draw.
There's no tiebreak. They have to play. They have to play tiebreak. Yeah, they finish shared. But like, not only does he have to lose 2 games, but the others have to win. Like, it's okay. At some point they play each other, Ding and Hikaru. So, but it's just the odds are so small. It's just impossible. But yeah, the second race. The question I have is: will Richard give it to him, hand it to him on the platter in the Berlin defense, or will Richard actually tease him a bit?
At least play the Taimanov. No, I mean it's a free roll. He will get a draw whenever he wants.
I'm not sure. You cannot offer to move 40, and then before you know it, you already lost in Taimanov.
That's true. Not so easy to repeat moves in Taimanov.
I think Richard can do Berlin, which is the. If he does Berlin, he's basically saying like, okay, here you go. And he's now thinking a little bit about it.
But he always thinks about his first move. I'm white, maybe 1 E4 today, and he plays E4 as always. What do you know?
Yeah, I think he had the yesterday to think about. He I think starts prolonging the game already, so it's going to be Berlin.
That makes sense. To get to an hour, you think a bit, and then
Not an hour, but like you want to, if you chose to do the Berlin, you have to prolong the game at some point because like 1 minute is too short.
But do you think that Nepomniachtchi could wrap up the tournament by playing exactly the same game in rounds 12 and 13?
I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah,
it's likely, no?
I thought honestly, I thought that's extremely likely. Yes.
So the game we're talking about is what he had with White against Nakamura last round.
Also, it's nice for the memes. Yeah, like it's nice for the memes. Like 2 times the same thing.
Well-known line from the Champions Chess Tour. Here, well, d5 would be a change.
Yeah, but it leads to the same thing. Yeah.
This is usually both sides want to draw without having any hush-hush agreements because it's sort of correct play from both sides. I can't really deviate without taking a lot of risks. This is usually what happens.
Yeah, that's the beauty of not prearranging your games. That like the ugly draws are made by players who don't prearrange the games. And of course, there's all stories about the Soviet Union prearranged games. Then they could sometimes play a spectacular game or and fake it, you know. But
that's a big misunderstanding, no? Because these games, they're actually very tense encounters because you don't know if you can trust your opponent.
These are the real games.
You see like a 3-hour fight with like perfect play from both sides. And
it's C5 putzers.
Oh, here we go. Richie means business.
Richie also spending some time and then nice.
Let's do a very quick round of predictions here now that we have some opening information. Nepomniachtchi report, what do you got?
Nepo report, prediction of the result.
Yes.
I think a draw. I think when both players want to draw, they manage to find a way.
I can't disagree with that one. Expecting some session.
Hikaru wanted to play h3. Oh, I didn't think of that. That's what he wanted. That makes sense. That's a line. That's a line. Because he played bishop e3, e5, knight f3 in the other round, and the guy went knight c6. So I thought bishop e7. I assumed he wants to play the solid line, bishop c4. But of course, he wants to play h3. That's good he played it because I would be checking the other one, thinking he wants to do the other one.
Okay, so that's useful information.
Some nice inside info for the neither of connoisseurs. Alireza doesn't want to play today, I think. He had enough of...
He's seen enough. Yeah, he chose the 4 knights.
Yeah.
Let's continue around Hikaru versus Duda. I'm going 1-0, actually.
I am going with... Let me think. Hikaru, what does he want? He's in a must-win or not? He is in a must-win. Wait, he's sharing with who? The second spot?
Ding.
With Ding, who is black, who's making a draw. He's not in the must-win at all. In the last round, he plays Ding. If they share, who has the better tiebreak?
Hikaru has better tiebreak.
Okay, so he doesn't want to burn the bridges. Yeah, I think it will be draw.
Okay, fair enough. Alireza Ding, seeing this position, we have to go with the draw, no? The 4 knights?
Sorry, but d4 in Jan against Richard. And of course, it's not a Rasulimo. It's going to be a Sveshnikov. It's going to be a draw there. Yeah, it's going to be a draw anyway. Yeah, he is repeating a game from his previous round.
They're following the famous game, Nepomniachtchi Ding.
Yes. So this game is going to be over very soon. I suspect that Jan against Richard is also going to be over very soon. And the things we're going to have to cover is the other 2 games. So they're going to be quite a lot of fun.
If we get a little lucky, we might have all the games finished when you have to leave at 4.
No. But Fabi is incapable of finishing the games quickly. It's just a skill he doesn't have.
Oh, this is my line, which I stole from you. I'm doing some Chessable course. Okay, I'm starting with a check, but it's transposing to this line.
It's no.
No, there might be. No, they're actually not there because he hasn't castles.
Yeah, no, but there's queen to c5 at the point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So which one is your line?
No, mine is check. Bishop d2, a5.
And then why is it yours? You're playing it now or what?
No, I played it twice. I drew Luke from Vili.
Wow, it's a respectable achievement. Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, CD, knight open b6.
This is what I like.
It's my line. I was very proud of that. Yeah. And you are doing a course night or something, or?
I might. Yeah. It's early stages, but I'll get there.
These are 2 different lines, but they can transpose in case of why you're confused because Magnus does the same against both. Yeah. Magnus does the same against both. Castle and e3 is what he did. This idea.
But here, why does this bonus option of queen c2?
There as well, just they're different. Yeah, like bishop takes d2 is the way to go, and then queen takes, I believe, c6 a4 is how it goes. 6 a4. Yeah, there was 94 thread very briefly, but now we are back to d5.
And this nowadays, I think, is a draw. Like times are changing.
Yeah, it leads to some kind of end game where black is supposed to be all right, but okay, it's not like a draw like the Berlin draw, let's say. Wow, Richie d6. Oh my God,
Richie
he's really fighting. Okay, I'm sorry, he's really fighting. That's really, you know why he does it? I think he feels guilty for the previous game against Jan when he handed it to him, and now he wants to give back to the community in a way. And he just wants, for the tournament's sake, you have to keep the intrigue, I guess. He has nothing to fight for. But for tournament's sake, for the broadcast sake, and the 6 is respectable. This is a game. This is a game now. There is no forced draws here, as far as I know. And there are some equalish lines, of course, but this is as fighting as it gets. There's nothing more fighting than this.
Also interesting, because Nepomniachtchi was probably expecting a more solid line, and now he has to make up his mind if he's ready to play bishop g5 and mess.
But you can't play safe anymore.
No, I mean, he was probably expecting the Sveshnikov or the Berlin.
Yeah, but you have to, if you are with white and you want to make a draw, this is the line you have to prepare against, because it's like the most fighting thing that exists as far as I know. It's what it's been used by, for example, Fabi in the must-win against Karakin in one of the last rounds of candidates. He lost. It's been used in some big profile events or not, I don't know. Yeah, bishop g5. Yeah, you have to like.
There's been a bit of a resurgence, but not at the very highest level. Yeah, like Bacro, they played every game.
Maxim had, Bacro and Maxim, they worked together, of course. So they had a period, and Magnus played a couple games. He had a very shaky game with Aryan Tari. He almost lost, and he won, but I think it was a scary experience. Alireza was a big connoisseur of this stuff. Alireza and Maksudlu, Iranian players.
So the good news for us, we'll get some action. Rapport.
Yeah, no, respect to Rapport. Really, really proud of him.
And also for the chess world, if he loses or if he draws, it's the same result. Nepomniachtchi wins the tournament. No, so probably he feels he gave Nepomniachtchi, as you said, such a big edge by not taking the draw. Also, were you surprised? We're talking about the first game between Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. Were you a bit surprised by his prep? Because it's all first computer line. And if you
I was very surprised because I try, in these cases, I try to open my laptop engine, I try to open Stockfish, I try to open Lila, I try to open different Lila, different Stockfish, and try to understand how these people must prepare so I can kind of understand how they work. But my best theory is that he was following an old file, maybe there was a version of Stockfish that showed that
there's some old like correspondence games that go bishop d6 instead of bishop h3.
Yeah, but he said that my computer said, but maybe some engine earlier, like a year ago, was saying bishop d6 here, yeah. Because modern Stockfish and modern Lila, they
take like 1 second. I also checked on different ones. They start with bishop d6, but bishop h3 is there after a second. So it's there for half a second, then it's bishop h3.
Yeah, but even my laptop, okay, this is a very weak engine. But bishop d6 is
it's there for like half a second.
Half a second, okay. But my laptop, which is also not very strong, it doesn't show bishop d6. Bishop d6, by the way, is also fine, but on a much bigger, like line is much longer, much harder. So
I can't believe you're trash talking about it.
No, but I do think that Richard probably checked it a while ago, and then before this game just repeated the notes without rechecking it. I guess that's the thing.
So what happened here, just for people that are new to this tournament, Rapport got surprised by bishop h3, and he twice could repeat moves. Last chance here, but he thought for an hour and went knight d2. When after queen d7, according to the computer, he's already more or less lost.
But that's the funny thing that he lost. Is like it reminds me of how I lost to Magnus. Remember when I also gave the queen for 2 rooks, and I was watching afterwards. I was very curious afterwards. What did people think of that? Because I always question to what extent was my mind clouded by the fact that I played Magnus. Maybe maybe I have to, maybe it was like a mental thing. Maybe it was a chess thing, and I was trying to understand that. And then there were different grandmasters also on your Chicken podcast. Yes, I heard that bit when you were discussing how obvious my mistake was, and you were of the opinion
I was
that
surprised
it was very
because I thought it looks completely lost.
Yeah, I can tell you what was my thinking process at the time. My thinking process was it feels horrible, feels like I hate that position that comes. But I also sometimes don't trust my feel or something. I start to use like logic. I think okay, so I've got 2 rooks for a queen. That's 5. So I'm like up a pawn. Of course, he has a lot of compensation and stuff, but like cannot be lost for me because I'm material up and there's no direct mate. And worst case, I give back a pawn, try to set up a fortress. I thought also there's all kinds of fortresses with like rook and knight against queen, right? So I kind of thought like with that logic, I thought like I convinced myself into thinking that it should be within holding or something. But finally, it was how I felt right away. Like I just felt I don't like it, and I just should have gone with that. But I started to like rationalize and count the material. But and he kind of maybe did the same. He just counted the material in that game.
I think also that old scale that we learned as kids is messing us up a bit. Yeah, there's rook 5, queen 9, because you think you're up material, but the computer always says, okay, you're down to points.
I think, to be honest, very basic logic. The very, very basic rule, and it's a simple rule, is that queen is worth more than 2 rooks in the middle game,
exactly.
and less in an endgame.
But I have the same thing in the back of my mind, although I know it's not right, I always count the points and then I
That's
think, okay,
how we
I'm
start,
quite
because
up.
that's how we started. It's the first thing you learn as a chess player. And it's so deep in you that you cannot take it out.
Queen 9, Rook 5, Knight 3, Bishop 3, Pawn 1.
My son, the other day I was playing with him. He's not a big into chess. He's 5 years old now, soon 6, and he wanted to play. And at some point, I was really proud of him. I see he's looking at the knight, taking my bishop, and he's like, "How much was the bishop?" I'm like 3. How much was the knight? I'm like 3. And he's like, "Okay," and he takes my bishop with the knight.
You start
I like
3.5. 3.5 bishop. Don't take it.
No, but I like that. He understood the point that okay, you have to like gain, and if you don't gain, it's also fine to do a trade. So, but yeah, that's how you learn. That's the first thing you learn, and it's a big step for a kid, let's say, to at some point start collecting material. And so it's an important thing to learn, and it is relevant still on our level. I mean, material is a big thing. Many games
I think there's a difference there. You and I, we teach our kids to collect material, make good trades. Judit is just checkmating exercises. I mean,
that is true.
It's a different approach.
That is true.
What's this position? A6, Bishop D7. Is this what they've been playing? This is the trendy line.
This is the stuff. This is the trendy thing. And now it's F3, F4, or King B1.
Those are the moves.
Knight x6 is also possible, I guess, and maybe some other move is also possible. But the old choice was F3 or F4.
Mm-hmm.
Knight x6 and King B1 is slightly trendy versions of F3, like it will transpose very likely. But F3 or F4 was the old choice. So F4 you go for the GF structure somehow, like B5 or Bishop E7, Bishop F6. Let's say B5. B5 was the old thing. Bishop F6 GF, like this was the old thing, and you play this messed up structure where you've got 2 bishops for messed up pawn structure, or you go for F3, which becomes this kind of Sicilian English attackish thing, where you go for G4, H4, bishop even goes back to E3, and you get the English attack set up, and black goes for B5, B4, and this kind of play. Yeah. So this is a big principal choice. I feel, well, the one that you know more is better for, but normally I would guess the non-F4 systems are less risky for white.
F4 is a sort of more solid position.
You think it's more solid? You think like that? Okay.
What Kayakin did against Fabi as well.
Yeah, it depends.
Like these positions you take on F6, you
matter of choice. I would lean towards thinking F3 is safer, but it's just a matter of.
Maybe to Jan it is because he feels at home in these like open systems as well. Yeah?
What is Fabi doing? What is this? It's a rare thing. Oh, this is a very nice one. It's very nice. It's very rare. Yeah, it's very nice. He's
castle. He didn't go B6 or one of the.
Castle Queen C4. That's a very rare one. I once even headed, I think, against Lambda. I think I took Queen D5.
Take here or Queen D5?
I think that the ancient one. I think Lambda game it was Queen D5, and then they follow your queen, like Queen D3, Queen F5, Queen 2, Queen F5.
This stuff. I had a game here
similar,
like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I had a game with Lambda. I beat him very nicely in one of those endgames. I think I took on F5, not on D5. Or maybe I took on D5. Yeah, it was. I won a very nice game. But Fabi, there's maybe some modern twist here, maybe some B6 again or some kind of, but I don't know if it's here.
Fabi probably has some direct nonsense.
Or taking
B6 sort of transposes to this.
Yeah, how much time Fabi spent? He cannot be so out that he mixed up that. No, it cannot be. No. It's too early. B6 was he played also something like this, yeah? 95 Rook A7.
Yeah.
But this is very interesting because it's a very relevant little thing. Because if castle is a way for black to play, then then it's kind of really different. Because this B5 business, it's a whole story. Yeah, it's a long story. It's a big chapter.
Also, it's not Fabi's style. Yeah, it's some well-known main line, and you fight for a draw. Like he wants to surprise early.
Because Fabi, I think he believes that it used to be a challenge. I think you'll relate for sure. Back in the day, to equalize your black repertoire, and there were only chosen ones like Kramnik, who were able to come to the game and show equality, and like Leko sometimes, and the others. Like when I was growing up. I was not there. I was trying to equalize my black, but they kept posing the problems.
You kept waiting for a new Leko or Kramnik game to fix like a line of the Queen's Indian or something.
Yeah, or the Petrov, or Gelfand or Kramnik, and then they would be like, what do they play against 5-9-3 in the Petrov? How do they do it? I think Gelfand will play somewhere like some F6 instead of H6, hitting the knight on G5. I was like, they were like, that's the way. We write it down, we analyze it, and now our Petrov is fixed, yeah. And then so like, but now this theory has advanced so much.
Push this button and it says 0-0.
There's no challenge. Everything is fixed for you. So the challenge now is, if Fabi wants the challenge for Fabi is how do I surprise my opponent? That's much more, because that's not easy. And this is like, how do I surprise my opponent? Yet with something that's not too bad.
He's willing to pay a bit of a price, but then he analyzes it so deeply that it's also a draw in the end. It starts 0-50, but he's deep enough to get there.
And and some surprise. But the problem though with these kind of things is that no matter the surprise value, they are so dubious that white can sometimes make a move that takes him out of book. That is maybe not, but like he cannot cover everything because white has like not 2 options that are good, but like 10 options. And after those 10 options, 5 more. And it's like already it's like 10 times 5. So the tree of variations is much larger and you cannot analyze everything.
It's also what happened to Ali Reza in his game against Nepomniachtchi. You know, you prepare some very sharp direct stuff and I'm sure you have deep stuff, but they make some other move and then you still have
It's so hard to decide, like because it's going to be zeros on depth. Like I left my engine during my recap to depth seat 72, it was zeros. It's going to be always zeros on some depth because it's either lost or draw. Since it's not lost, it's drawn. So that's how it works. And but the question is, of course, how much surprise value gives you over the position, because position, if you look at position with your eyes, king is weak, pieces are crap, and you have to have a reply for everything. And the guy can choose any of the options without even knowing them. And sometimes it works out. Like I thought about this game between Ding and Magnus that played in Catalan with b5 when he introduced his b4 stack. It's also one of those lines, to be honest, that like even a guy who is not prepared could pose you some problems.
No, that line was one of these jungles here where you have to get lucky that they go down one of the lines and you can surprise. But if they make any other move, it's still fighting very hard.
Yeah, exactly. So like, but it worked out for him. So sometimes it works out because some people react very badly to surprises. Like they just are like, oh, surprise, that's it.
No, also in this tournament, Fabi had some nice stuff against Jan in the second round.
Yeah,
I mean,
this was good stuff. This was good stuff. Yeah, this game there. This was good stuff.
You're an Italian connoisseur. I know a little bit as well, and I'd never seen this knight g4, queen f6. So I was very impressed. Like,
I knew knight h5, knight h7. That was in my course. Knight g4, queen f6s. There is some sick line here with d4 or something like that somewhere, but it's like so long and forced, and it's really amazing how deep it goes. It goes in some deep end game where you barely hold, but it's really funny.
No, that I was very impressed with. In general, the first 7 rounds of Fabi had 5 out of 7, but he looked excellent in the openings, and it looked like, he was super sharp.
But I can relate. I know what happened. I can relate because I had the second half of the last candidates. I was playing great. The beginning of the second half, I won 3 games. Everything, I was in my best shape ever. I beat Ding and Fabi back to back. Like for me, it's a huge achievement. It's the world number 2 and 3, like in a row, 1 with black. So I thought like, okay, I'm completely on fire. But then I played Grishuk and I was in a must win. So the problem is you are in a must win every game because Nepo is ahead. So he puts pressure on you. And then the moment you stumble once, which is what Fabi did, you no longer fight for first place. And you are totally tilted, and the fact that Jan keeps winning and you fail at keeping up the pace, like it kind of breaks you. And for me, the tournament was already over. Like I felt that feeling that I feel after the last round, not before the last round, and that's a horrible feeling because the body is like, and you are like tired, and you're like, okay, come on, we have one more game. Come on. And I told it to myself, like, okay, come on, one more game. Rating is there, like we have to win, maybe finish second is nice, like come on. But the body's like, no, I'm done. We were fighting for first place. You promised me you're going to fight for first place. We failed. I don't want to play anymore. And I was like, with my head, I wanted to play. I prepared, but the body just doesn't want. And you are like, and then, I just played. I tried, but I played bad. I tried, but I just played bad. And same with Fabi. He's trying, but just, you no longer fight for first place. It's just gone. But what is he thinking? I tell you, maybe he went nuts and mixed up something.
You think he mixed something up? Because it doesn't make sense to start taking time here.
No, but maybe he's so out that he just mixed something up.
Maybe we can go to full screen for a second and adjust the settings. So we have clocks and all that good stuff. I'll do it here. Yep, thanks. I hit all these check marks. Because I was curious about the times they had spent. Yeah, here we are.
No,
we can go back.
Not normal. It's okay. I can also look on this, but it's not normal what's going on. I mean,
no, this is weird because Fabi is also not the type of guy to start taking time when he knows. But he's played b6. This is new stuff.
But wait, what? So
can you check if there are games? No, he's giving a pawn. Looks very Fabi-esque, c5 or whatever.
But c5 is nice.
Yeah, this is Fabi stuff.
So this is c6, yeah. He's faking some kind of bluff, hoping that he takes on b6 here. Is he faking some kind of? Is he faking? Yeah.
No,
yeah. Yeah.
It's good stuff again.
Yeah. And he clicked here.
Yeah. No, his preparation keeps being amazing.
So
many ideas and like nice ideas.
It drops a little bit already. Nice. What why? So why did he think? Is it because sometimes people, they kind of fake mixing it up so that you go down the most critical path trying to punish them. And then like I had a few games like that where I went this meta stuff. Like I started to think to fake because I want them to fall.
It looks like you mix up the move order and then.
Yeah, like very common thing. Like the guy played something for many times, and if you go too fast, he's like, okay, he's trying to catch me. If you go very slow, he'll be like, okay, I don't know why he's thinking. Let me just play what I always play, and then you're like, I got you. So there's these things. Maybe he's doing one of those. FIDE usually doesn't do one of those.
No, that's not stuff.
Maybe it's one of maybe it is one of those. So Jan took on c6 and f3, and what I think is the point of that. I think that h6 d5 is kind of the critical thing. I would guess, and I think then of course you're happy you trade.
You can take it if you want to.
And what I'd imagine something like that. It's kind of nice to lead to some exchanges or something like that. And what Richard has to realize that Jan, of course, he prepared already for last year's candidates where he was leading, and he had a few of those very safe game plans. And also he prepared for the match with Magnus, and I'm sure they thought of a scenario to be safe. So by now he has, against all the Sicilians, he has so many safe things prepared.
He has a complete chicken repertoire just in case he needs it.
I'm sure he's got a very worked out.
The four knights worked out.
The thing we always dreamed of, he has that worked out, I think,
That's
by
fantastic.
now. Yeah.
That's
Ultimate
the course
repertoire.
I'd be buying.
For sure.
Forcing a draw with e4 too.
And with d4, like also nice.
D4.
Because it's nice sometimes when they expect that you play e4, you play d4 and they force a draw there. So it's also nice.
I like your thinking. I have a serious question about this must-win stuff, because you mentioned you felt you were in a must-win against Grishuk back then. 100%. And also here in this tournament, it feels like everybody feels they're in a must-win most of the time, but it always goes wrong.
Terrible mindset. Yeah, it's terrible mindset. And the thing is, the opponents are using it to their advantage. Yeah, it's just a very
especially when
mindset.
guys feel like they're in a must-win with black. Like in this tournament, you see the level is too high, you get punished. No, so I'm not sure what the right thing to do is. Because obviously they have to win games to get closer to Jan. But here, whenever he makes a quick draw, his main rival loses, and
I mean, you have to, I feel it depends on the situation. Yeah, you have to be a bit more into like the concrete game theory thinking. Like, let's say there is a clearly many of the. You have to realize what does your opponent want. That's crucial. So when I played with Grishuk, it was clear that my opponent is out there to bully me. Yeah, with the draws. The moment he went 1d4 and then c4 and knight f3, I knew, okay, so he wants to go d5, knight c3, and all the things I play like Ragozin is gonna, and also he is like a fellow Russian, and like it was kind of nice. Also, he could speculate on the fact that maybe he wants to help his countryman because he lost himself a chance. He wants to help Jan, so he kind of went full bully mode on me, and so. Then extra hard because the opponent wants to make a draw and then you have to really risk. But I think in some of these cases, the opponent also wants to win with white. So then you shouldn't play for him.
Yeah, I don't think they want to make a draw with white particularly, but it looked like, okay, for Alireza, the whole tournament, like for game one with black is a must win. He tried to play very, very sharply, which could have worked, but it didn't work.
Yeah, so the thing with Alireza is how I see him as a player, he takes the draw out of the equation. So he comes to the game, he says, okay, there's going to be no draw. It's going to be I win or you win, and I'm going to take some risk. But so you have a bit of an edge. But if I am so much stronger than you today than you are, I'm going to win. There's going to be no draw. Like he takes the draw out of the percentages. The draw percentage becomes from like 40%, 50%. It goes to like 10%. So he does this on the other win and loss percentage is there. So when he faces the 2600 players, the draw is removed. The difference in strength is so big, he just wins all the games, like all of them. And that's not something that, let's say, I do, because I'm also good with the 2600 players. Like I have a good record against them, but I don't take the draw out. The draw remains there, the 30% of the draw, whatever stays.
Give us a bit of a drawback. Come on.
Yeah, I give the draw, I keep that because I don't take that big risk. And I'm also not used to it, and I don't have the repertoire for it. But his whole repertoire is like a must-win repertoire from his birth. Like all the things he plays the classical Sicilian, he plays the Caro-Kann in the most fighting way.
King's Indian,
with black.
Sicilian.
He just doesn't do any. So he takes the draw out. But now the thing is, when he's facing someone who is stronger, who is like a Magnus or FIDE, he's losing all the games because there is no draw. So he's not going to win. So he's losing.
That's also the typical problem, not just for Alireza, but for young guys coming up that in open tournament leagues, this fighting repertoire does excellent for you.
Yeah.
But of course, you're taking big risks at the highest levels. And
Yeah,
then
but the thing is,
the
though, with
question is,
Alireza,
do you adjust or do you not adjust and
Yeah.
just stick to it? Like,
but the thing is, if you have a bad day against Alireza, and let's say you are a 2800 player, but you have a bad day and you play like
still
a
lose,
20, you're gonna lose 100%. You're not gonna salvage a draw because he took the draw out of the equation. That's how I feel when I see him play. But when he is out of shape, then okay, he's going to lose, just lose and lose and lose because there's no draw. I mean, some games he's drawn, of course.
so you think for him it wasn't a strategy for this tournament? It's just how he plays. Yeah, like clearly he did a ton of work on many openings.
Yeah. I think for this tournament, he just stuck to. He's just preparing with black as if it's a must-win. It's the only way he prepares. I have such friends also. It's really fun to be around these people. No, it's fun to be around such people, and their files are also epic. Like I've seen some. It's absolutely epic. Like you cannot imagine. So there's like, let's say, some sideline somewhere, and there's very easy quality for black. And he always has the urge to add there another move. Okay. Like he says, this is equal, but and he promotes it. So like in the whole file, he's playing for a win in every sideline. It's completely crazy. It's and it's really cool to be around such people. I'm not like, we have a habit of, if we see it equalizes. He by the way made a hybrid after h3. Duda went h6 and he didn't go for g4 anymore because
the thing, yeah, g4 in here.
He didn't go for this anymore. Yeah, because I think black kind of said, okay, I'm getting ready for g4. And he said, okay, then I'm going back to bishop c4. And now the question is if h3 is more useful than h6.
Trying to use it with knight h4.
But it's not from, let me think, what do I think of this position? I think black has a good version of something. Knight a5, yeah, no, this. There is a line with h6. White doesn't have to go h3 there. I think Duda outsmarted him kind of.
Just making the computer
and the
moves
bishop
here.
g5 will come in the end.
Takes and you.
The whole thing about these positional knight-offs, the whole trick of the is that it's about the d5 square, the fight for it, and black is supposed to never lose that fight. And that is always because knight on f3 is the culprit.
But here you didn't lose it yet because it's a queen. It doesn't come.
Yeah. So the thing in the knight-off is you don't have to control that square with black. You don't have to. I mean, you cannot normally, but you should not allow white to dominate on it. You should leave it like in the middle. Then you're okay. But if you allow white to install a knight on d5, like install like the other one from h4 would be on d5, then you busted. But as long as nobody has it, it's okay. Yeah, it's busted.
How do I get the worst case scenario? Okay, it's busted already.
But let's say bishop d2, knight e3, we can just make bishop d2, knight f6, knight e3, knight d7, knight e5, knight f6, knight bishop e3. Yeah, this is the, now you busted. Yeah, if you had time to trade the other knight, then it's not so bad because you have only heavy pieces on the board, though it's also not nice anymore. Yeah, knight h4 is fundamentally a good move, I think, because yeah, this is the worst case. Yeah, that f3 knight is a constant issue, so you want to do something with it, and then heading towards like but the bishop on e3 is that's the problem with bishop e3 knight. The bishop is already there. Knight h2, knight g4 maybe is but it's too superficial, too artificial. But it's like conceptually a smart thing to do, but it's too artificial.
Do we have the standings? Let's have a look at the standings. Obviously, Jan Nepomniachtchi can wrap up tournament victory with a draw today. Then we have Hikaru Nakamura and Ding in shared second place. Hikaru, I think, has the better tiebreaker if they finish on equal points. I'm not sure. That could depend on some other results, but currently looks like that. So it's a tricky equation for Hikaru. He wants to play for a win, but not burn all the bridges. Ding is saying today, but Ding in general, he just plays his e4, e5, and whatever happens, he rolls with it. And today it looks like Alireza was forcing a lot of pieces off. So he'd be okay with a draw and then trying with white in the last round to beat Hikaru. So even if Hikaru wins today, Ding could still play him second if he draws and beats Hikaru with white tomorrow. No? That must be his plan.
Yes.
And then Rajabov has some outside chances, but he would have to win against Fabi today to catch the guys. And in the last round, black against Rapport. Could happen. Fabi likewise would have to win against Grajov today. So for both sides, this is a must-win game. Like we've talked about, every game is a must-win game always, it feels like. But in this tournament, of course, the fight for second is much more important than in normal candidates because we don't know 100% what Magnus' intention.
I think the advantage that Timur has over other players is that see players who are like never close to fight for the first place in the entire event, they're usually doing better in the second half because their mindset is not adjusting. They're just there to play. They're just playing chess already for many rounds.
You saved some mental energy. You're not stressing about first year, like it's just like.
And you are not like over relaxed, or you just are in that same mode. Like you are just playing the game, like, and you are playing every day. But Fabi, for example, Fabi is like a man who is like already heartbroken twice, thrice, or whatever. And the same with like Ding as well. Like he's been getting punches left, right. For his hopes for winning the tournament have been shattered. But players like Raja is still around because Raja's goal was, of course he wanted to win the tournament. He was never close. And his goal was, from very early on, was just to hang in there.
Yeah, also after Norway Chess, and here I think he lost, what was it, the second game? His goal must have just been to avoid disaster, and he's done that nicely. And now he's catching. And Hikaru as well, I think. Hikaru, first of all, he has that second spot in mind. That's not so bad. And also he's got to do a recap video. He's got to film street chess. He's got to grow the game. You know, he's fine. So Hikaru is fine. Okay, Jan is great, of course, but Hikaru is fine. And maybe even Raja is very fine. I don't know about Duda, how Duda is feeling, but Fabi and Ding are kind of shaken. Duda, hasn't been playing well the last rounds, even the last game against.
Yeah,
Reza was a bit rough for both sides, so I think he's a bit shaken.
Yeah,
maybe now after the rest day, he can see the end of the tunnel, and he'll be okay too. So for Hikaru, what do you think is the best and the worst outcome? Like, is the best outcome he gets a match against Nepomniachtchi? Is the best outcome a match Nepomniachtchi Magnus that he can cover and grow the game, or what does he want?
I mean, to play the matches, of course, it's more use either way. So Hikaru, he found the perfect balance, I think, for him, in which he's very comfortable between being a content creator and a player, and he's in that sweet spot where it's both nicely.
And you're trying to get there as well, but you have to step up your playing a bit.
No, okay. I mean, the thing is that he's got the candidates and I don't. So that's.
No, I was kidding because he only played 3 classical tournaments.
That separates us. I think my sweet spot is much more tilted towards playing, like more than him, like much more. Like I like some content creation, but my sweet spot is like way on the playing side. Like I do like to grow the game, but I think that I need to put much more effort into my play to be at the level where I don't know what his level is right now. Also, I mean, it could be just good. His. Yeah, I think I need to be on this kind of level to be a candidate and so on. Like I just.
The thing with Hikaru, but that's maybe through my theory nerd biases. He plays the exact same repertoire with Black for many years now, even for the candidates, and even the exact same moves everywhere.
Yeah.
But it doesn't backfire as often as I would think it does. And with White somehow, especially if the opponent is a bit predictable, he does have stuff like he goes directly for something.
Yeah, it's 1-1-E4 usually. Yeah, it's a bit narrow.
1-E4. It's quite narrow. It's not even there. Like he's been getting away with it. After that, he's just.
He's a very different player than me, so somehow I keep relying more on my preparation, and I like it this way. So I don't want to change it. I enjoy that part of the game very much. I really like. My favorite thing to do is to think, what am I going to play tomorrow? Like I love it. I just can think about my options. It's my favorite like part of the day during the tournament. Wow. Sometimes I'm even getting ahead of myself, and I'm like so much. And when I already figured out what I'm going to play, I want to think about the next one already. And I'm like, okay, come on, you have to still play this game.
No, my favorite thing to do is to think, okay, what's Magnus going to do tomorrow? No, he's good. Let's give him some position and let's go get a massage.
Yeah. No, but I can understand. But I really like that preparation aspect. For me, it just gives me joy.
I was also growing up, like if you grow up like solving tactics or playing a lot of games on the internet or reading opening books, like it shows in your play later, even at the same level. Yeah, it's very interesting how you guys are all very close in level, but still completely different.
Very different style. But yeah, I'm also less passionate about content creating than him, and I'm able to do it much less because like I cannot stream so many hours like physically. I get like throat aches and stuff. Like I cannot speak so much. Like I speak a lot, but not for many hours in a row.
Gotcha. So you try to get all the words in 1 hour.
That's why I speak so fast. I need like to get my exactly.
Yeah,
because when I record my Chessable courses, I like 4 hours a day, sort of what I try to record of content. Then 5 days in, okay, we get like 20 hours. 5 days in, I feel that I have to slow down. I drink more tea with honey. I do less hours. And then, yeah, like 6-7 days in, I'm done. And that's really good because otherwise I'm just getting too tired.
All these candidates, it's been long. I've been doing the commentary, which sometimes takes a while. After that, I do my German stream. Okay, I'm just sitting there talking nonsense, but still it adds up in hours. And I don't have that much wisdom to share with the world. Like every day for 11 hours, I know like 3 things. I know like 5 movie references. So it's getting a little rough.
You know what slightly surprises me? The game between Lereza and Ding. Okay, we counted as a dead game, but I kind of...
I'm a bit curious if Ding's just gonna win.
No, but it's minus also, yeah? This is one of those things, you know? So look, I prefer black, yeah, by looks.
It looks nice, yeah,
but I thought it cannot be better for black because it's a pawn down. Yeah. Materialism in me. I feel it's good for black. I feel like I prefer black, like in bullet or whatever. Like I'm king f6, king e5, you know, like. But it cannot be better for. But it is better for black. So I have to let go of this pawn count. It's just ridiculous. But rook takes e5. He was hoping for bishop takes e5, bishop takes h5, rook h8, and
g4. Right?
Oh, g4. I didn't realize there is. Also, Ding had no choice actually. And because the bishop goes back and repeat, but g4 even is there. Yeah. So, but okay, there's he took on e5. Like he's so tilted. Like.
Well, so there's zero need to take bishop f3 and like what's
so
that could happen with d1 and c4.
No, you're slightly better actually.
Yeah, of course.
You know what is so funny about this line is that so often White gets like quite a nice advantage, but he usually doesn't press because he doesn't want to.
The thing with this line is people always play it against me to make a draw, but I'm always worse if I don't pay attention. Like
I mean, don't tell anyone, but at some point, like I was preparing for a guy who I knew wants to make a draw, and I spent quite some time like analyzing these things just not to be worse because. Like
it's not easy though,
because you have the double pawns and the c6 d5 hanging pawns. So actually, you are slightly worse if nothing happens. But what is fascinating is that if you trade all the rooks, there was a position where you will lose a pawn, I think, and you. Let me think how I set it up. Let's say we trade the rooks.
Trade everything?
Yeah, it's but so I will attach bishop to the f7 pawn and walk with the. You have pawns on d4 and c5 already.
Okay.
Let's make that. d4, king of let's say king of 1 back because not to get bishop before. Sorry, bishop before. King d2. Yes, that's the one. And c5. Oh yes, the engine says +2, yeah, c5. So wait, no, very important moment. So let's go. So c5, king d3. Let's go a5, Let's go bishop before back first of all. King c4, a5. Okay, quiz question to you. Don't move pieces. What's the result here?
I've seen the engine evaluation, so it has to be 1-0. But
not gonna help you. The engine evaluation. So it's not 1-0. It's a draw. You know how it's a draw?
Doing nothing?
Like giving away way too much. It's very important information.
This is huge information.
Ridiculous. Okay, it's a draw. So White has only one thing you can try. And that is king to a4.
a4 and a3?
Yeah, so the trick is you go, because if you shuffle like he shuffles, what are you going to do afterwards? Yeah? King a4, bishop c3, absolute must. Because a3, bishop b2. This is the thing. So this is a setup, and there's nothing you can do. Otherwise, he gets a3, king b5, and here maybe you have king d6, but in general, the king is on f8 and bishop is on d5, attaching you to the f7 pawn. And so, because of this bishop c3 idea, yeah, like that, you are. So let's say you go king b5, bishop b4. So now, let's say you make g3 or whatever, or h3, h2. King f8. Let's say king a4. And now you have to go bishop c3 because if you get a3 king b5 in, it's a win. And if you go a3, I get bishop b2 now.
Got it.
And this is a nice one to know.
Great information right there.
It's like a huge giveaway, of course, that I did now. But okay.
Not a huge giveaway. Go here, force a draw.
No, but this is a fascinating game. But
All right.
Alireza is pushing it. Yeah, I mean.
Rook takes e5 is rough. Yeah, well, I don't know how bad this is. Like,
no, but I thought white could actually be worse. But when I saw the small minus by Conti, I'm like, okay, it actually can as well. Yeah, there is potential for connected pass pawns. If you go f3, fe, c4, cd, you create me ed pawns that are going down much faster than the gh pawns. So I have potential for the two pass pawns. So it is not yet critical, but it can get dicey.
Yeah. It's also such an ugly position, no? Just aesthetically, black has the perfect bishops, all the pawns in the middle.
Well, just the fact that he's a
guy
pawn
is not going anywhere.
Just the fact he's a pawn down. It's like if I were black, it would bother me a little bit. I'm a pawn down. Otherwise, I'm thrilled.
Ding doesn't care.
So Fabricius, what he's doing is he's going down that line. He does it very quickly, though.
Yeah, he only spent time once here for this. Maybe fake mix-up, or maybe it was just away from the board since that he's been blitzing.
Maybe he was in the bathroom or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's not hiding the fact that he's prepped here. But again, this prep, it's not like if I go queen d2 and queen d8 and knight c3, you're not gonna win with this prep here. It's just to make a draw.
So I'm struggling. Very hard. So
I think
what happens if we take a pawn?
I think that's where the fun.
Queen c8.
Where the fun is. Is it queen c8? Let's see what. Queen c8. Yeah. This is probably where the fun is because you threaten rook b8, so you must go queen b3. Otherwise, you trap the queen, and then I guess some fun is there. Yeah, e4, knight g5, knight d4. Okay, Raja is never going to allow this ever. Yeah, he's not.
Also, it's
crazy.
not practical yet to blitz us out against Fabi. Like,
no. Okay, it's probably like objectively most critical or something, but you can play queen d2 instead. And just chill. And you know, in this endgame after queen d2, you cannot be worse ever with white.
Yeah, he probably doesn't even think about queen b6, but just trying to.
He wants to make sure that
yes,
that this is not worse. Oh wow, very interesting. Also, okay, we'll just see how it develops. Simply, I think we will get to see that on the board.
Well, we have new stuff to check here. That's what's cool about Fabi's games. He does show, at least for me, ideas I've never seen before. This castle is b6, giving that pawn, also this Italian. It's very impressive.
Yeah, he really prioritizes, like he sees the point of the prep is to surprise the opponent because to equalize is no longer the point. So this must be the point. Very interesting is that, so Hikaru against Duda, like generally bishop b6 fe is something black is thrilled about always, but I've never seen black do that without castling. And with knight g6 rook g8, you cannot castle. But you are so structurally fine that it could still be okay, yeah? Because like structurally black is already better because I control the d5 square with my e6 pawn, which is fantastic. Like to get the pawn on e6 is fantastic. So if I had castle here, it's already equal plus position. But the fact that my king is not there, it means that white maybe has some dynamic possibilities, maybe castle f4 very quickly.
You go king f7 to force it? No, then takes f4 initially.
Yeah, now you move the G rook and then king G8, but you are a bit slow. And in the meantime, already white, yeah, let's say F5, FE already ruined your beautiful pawn structure. Though, okay, this I imagine. Oh, there's a trick. Okay, there's a trick there.
Queen e5.
And if GF is just positionally bad, yeah, knight d5.
As we've seen in Nakamura, Alireza.
You know what is remarkable? That Hikaru, the same thing happened to him in the game against Alireza. He plays this line in a very innocuous way with whites without claiming much, but the opponents are just taking such huge risks. Like, why would you do that with black? Like, why do you go this 95? Yeah, like why would you? You know why he goes 95? Because he thought that castle 95 is bad. He saw that line that where we finished in the final position. Take 95. Also, he thought bishop d5. Bishop d5 is usually critical. And okay, he hasn't seen such positions before, but you can play around like c8, knight c4, and so on. But he thought that white's got control of d5 square and it's bad. So you got desperate.
So you think it's just lack of experience in these
lack of watching my Chessable course, I think is what it is.
That is a sin.
That is, and But yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, it could. But what is King of 7 is not the move, yeah. So he says Queen C7 or what? Castle, Queen C7. What is Queen C7? Do you want to go long castle or not? You want to go long castle maybe? Do you or not? Let's say if
I've never castled long in my life.
Let's say I go F4, Knight C4, I go Bishop C1. What is the intention?
Take.
So if I take with Bishop Knight B2 is not good for me, yeah, somehow. Yeah. This looks so scary for black though. I mean, I see the evaluation is like okay, but I'm a bit terrified that there is something there, like forced. That I'm like, there is something. I'd be terrified as black here. I don't buy this evaluation. I mean, I buy it, but
it's also a good position for Hikaru, no? Like it's his king is safe. He can make natural moves. He can put pressure. Like he tends to be excellent. Also against Ali Reza, it didn't look like he did anything special. But he just won the game. Just did by just making all the.
Yeah, I was a little surprised how easily that game went for him. It's a very interesting position, interesting decision by Duda, and it can work out again because of the pawn structure. But yeah, the king will likely be in the center. That's unusual.
All right, let's do a brief tour through all the games. Here we have Richie Rapport, trying to make Nepomniachtchi earn it, not playing the Berlin or the Sveshnikov.
There's a very nice one here. Is it the line with the queen sack or not? Oh, it's the line with the queen sack. Bishop A5. ED knight D5 before knight D4.
Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah.
Bishop D8. That's a famous line. Yeah, it's an epic queen sack. It's fine for black.
Can white be worse here, or is it just solid for black?
I think if white knows how to play it, he's not worse ever. But if you start the game here, I think there's definitely a chance you go wrong. No, like just because like first of all, your king is a bit soft. Some bishop on 6 rook c8 at some point, bishop on c3, like so you see some potential, yeah. So you get panicky a bit. You do some murder or some panic somewhere, and then it's. So this is the kind of position where you are probably not risking if you know what you're doing. But if you don't, then.
Do you think Richard knows what he's doing?
Yeah, I think take on c3 is also there. I think my file says bishop c3, but bishop a5 is interesting. And that I think
bishop a5 is your line to play for win.
It's not my file. Somebody did it for me, and I think that they went very far into this queenless position for some reason and claim it's fine. But I don't know why I even have that file, to be honest.
I'm not naming names, but this looks like Robin van Kampen territory. Is he still playing chess?
I mean,
some years back. Yeah?
No, Robin. I mean, today, like he was sometimes tweeting about chess, but today he tweeted something about our nitrogen issues in Holland, and I mean, he's way too far. Yeah,
he's moved on from business issues to environmental issues.
It's part of the. No, but I think he sees the negative impact it has on the economy, the protests, probably, and so sometimes you have to solve the environment issue to eventually get the business sorted. Yeah, but that's how it works. Like capitalist world is like everything is money essentially. Yeah. So it's normal that he's concerning himself with these issues. But my point is that it's not that I have a stance on the nitrogen issues. My point is that he doesn't care about this line already for 10 years.
I know, but I thought you had an old file.
No, not that old. No, it must be something more recent. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, Rapport taking time. My best guess is Rapport chose this to play fighting opening, but he's not into big details because. Let's face it, also when he gets announced that his opponent will play the Petrov, he hasn't been in that big detail, so he's probably just going to take it from him.
I don't know. I mean, Richard, he's preparing, but in a very different way, and I don't know how deep. And like, I have a feeling that he leaves certain variations in certain moments where we wouldn't do that, because he just kind of feels like, okay, this is fine or something. And he does go deep sometimes, like in certain place, like he had the game with MVL with the crazy Spanish where he sacked the piece on G4.
No, he does know stuff. It's just
he has the skill of he sits there with a laptop and an engine and he inputs the moves. He has that skill, but I have a feeling that he just stops early in some areas because he just thinks like I'm okay with that. I guess
he also trusts himself to play, which kind of.
That's what I mean. I think so. Because even that game he played against Duda with some G3 nonsense in E4, E5. He played this move B3. You saw that move, B3?
I was cursing that move live on air because it made no sense to me. But after that,
First
I switched on my computer. It's the first line of the computer.
Because it makes a lot of sense because nowadays the engines are obsessed with space, with random queenside space. So, and it's not the move he came up with on the board. He never came up with this move. It was clearly prep.
You think that was prep? Of course, it was prep position. No, I think it was freestyling. He just understands.
It's prep, of course.
Deeply.
Yeah, he checked with compy. That's why he played b3. You don't play b3 for fun. How do you play b3? You can't just move enter your mind. It's not in our system. I was shocked when I saw b3.
No, I
immediately knew that b3 is going to be compy move. I knew it immediately. Yeah, like you don't play b3 if you're not prepared. You cannot play b3 here.
To me, it looked like a total beginner's move.
First line.
Yeah, I talked a lot of trash, but then I also saw the computer afterwards. And first move.
Because nowadays.
But also computer says black is better. So if it's prep, what kind of prep is it?
No, but it's not how it works. So this is a position that he wants to play. Now the position still has a better move than other moves. Whether you are worse or not is not the problem. You still have to prepare. That's the thing.
So where does this preparation end? With a3?
No, this is already improv.
No, first line.
No, but okay, so let's see. No, his preparation maybe ended here. Maybe it ended here. Like less cool. I'm stopping a4. H3 king h2 probably I'll play.
We should also clarify that I think I for sure, and I guess you as well, great respect for Rapport as a player. Just he has a completely different approach to the theory nerd approach. So it's interesting to try to follow out how he does it.
Do you think we are we're not saying anything bad about him at all, no? Right?
No, because I sometimes trash talk is on air because
but I think
but I'm very curious.
I think that he's higher than us because of that. Like he is saying, I'm not like you noobs who need computer analysis. I can just play b3 and I can just start the game because I can play chess unlike all of you who are need to make 30 prep moves.
I'd be very curious to find out. I really don't think this was preparation.
So how do you? So you think?
But to him, it's just natural. A4 is a threat. I have to stop.
Wait, so you think that he decided I will play 4g3?
Yeah, and d5 he looked at something and bishop c5. Okay. Also, he was surprised maybe by the Petrov. Maybe.
No. But I mean, okay, you can play this against also 96. Yeah, he wasn't surprised by Petrov because Petrov, the guy played. Also, it was the day after his failure against Petrov, so he expected Petrov. So you think? So you know that Richard has his laptop. We have established that he confessed. Let's just see what data we have. Data we don't have.
He lost the game against Nepomuchin and he's thinking, tomorrow I'll just play chess. The guy plays Petrov, I'll play 4 knights g3. And I think that's where the preparation is.
So here it ends. And prior knowledge, before the game, he has never played with engine?
No, I think he might have played some games, but I don't think he looked at bishop c5, bishop g2 with engine.
Okay. So, and you just think that here it randomly occurred to him, why don't I play b3 to stop a4?
Yeah, I think I would never play b3 because we see these positions all your life and it's just never there. It's not part of your patterns, right? No. But I think to him, he has a more unbiased approach. He thinks, okay, I have to stop him from gaining space. I'll play b3. I don't know. Would be very curious.
Possible. No, yeah. I think it's like 50-50. Maybe it's even more likely what you say. Yeah.
We'll ask him. Then we see. We can report.
It's always hard for players who prepare differently to estimate how the other player prepares because he has an entire different set of values.
What I like to think, I don't think it works like that, but I like to think he's sitting there with Lubojevic in a nice hotel room in Madrid on a real chessboard, and they move the piece around. I think, okay, I can do this.
Yeah, but they still you check it with engine.
Yeah, then they switch on the laptop. But I like to think.
Yeah. I think what Lubojevic likes to do is to sit with the board and then have someone tell him, he'd be like, so here, b3, and the Richard will be like, yeah, computer likes it. Okay, computer likes it. Okay, good. Then we go b3. Okay, good. Because
he yells out some moves and then.
Yeah. What about h3? What about h3? Richard, what about h3? And then he's like, yeah, computer likes. Okay, excellent. Richard, you want to drink? You don't? Okay, excellent. h3. Okay, play. Your move. h3. No, but Lubo is fantastic. I've had the honor to spend quite some time with him because of this youth versus experience and the Amber tournament, this connection that was there, these two events sponsored by Van Nostrand back in the day. And Lubo was part of that. Lubo was part of his team also for correspondence chess. And actually that was his role also. I heard that he was behind the board. There were computer people.
So was the team Piquet was involved?
John Nunn, I guess.
John Nunn and Goff and Weissel, or was it wrong?
I don't know. Yeah, what I remember is that I heard that John Nunn, Lubo and maybe Piquet were John and Lubo, I think, was the core team as far as I heard some. I don't know from where I heard it. I don't even know if it's public or something, but that's what I heard. So I heard that Lubovich's role was to be behind the board, and Nan was more of a computer guy. And I think that remains still now in.
So Richie is the computer guy.
Well, I mean, it has to be. You have to take that. You have to take up that role.
We don't know. We just know that Lubojevich is here with Rapport in Madrid, but I'm not sure how.
But he's a fascinating character, and like his understanding of chess is incredible. Because at the time I was 2700 player when I played in Amber already, but I was like not as strong yet, and I was thinking he was wrong so many times in his assessments, and I would later go and analyze it with the computer and discover that he understood it much better than me. He was much more dynamic than how I understood it, and his understanding was just really good. The very dynamic understanding.
We're talking about chess legend Lubomir Lubojevich. Used to be, I think, number 3 in the world, maybe in the
Karpov
early
times,
80s. Like,
yeah, I think I don't know. Like probably the Jan Timman was he was the time of Jan Timman, right? Exactly that time, right? So we had Karpov. Before Kasparov. Yeah, Timman was, of course, known to be like the best of the rest, but maybe not the entire time. I mean,
yeah, I think there might have been. Sometimes I'm pretty sure he was number 3 at some point.
Must have been, yeah. And also before Kasparov came, he was probably already there.
That
right?
I'm not sure about.
Lubovich must be older than Kasparov, right? And I think he must have been in the top before Kasparov went all the way up, but I'm not sure.
We can find out.
I'm curious about one thing. Can we look at this move F4 by Alireza? What is this move? It's a big move. Do we like it or do we not like it?
First reaction, I like it. Stopping these pawns from rolling.
But
How can Black break through?
Yeah, so you cannot break through. So you can never play C4 anymore. That you can just forget. So what you want is you maybe want H4, H5 or not?
Just trying to make a draw at this point. So I might go A4.
Yeah, you'll go
G2
A4.
to sit.
Yeah, so let's see how does Black make progress.
Well, I'm sure about A4, but why not?
Yeah, I think A4 is good because
take.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll go A4 and control the A file like the Rook H2.
And also C5, maybe I go Bishop B5.
C5 also Rook D1. I will have to answer somehow what I'm doing about the. If I go D4, you go Bishop C4, and you kind of block me on the. Feels like Black lacks resources to win this.
So does White know? Like White can push the H pawn, but it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, but we assume that White isn't the one who's. Yeah, I must say that I like the look of it for Black, but I can't think of an idea. If I just don't think I have enough resources to utilize the potential of the central pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, computer also gives 0-0 with some thought.
Yeah, he doesn't see a plan either. Yeah, I think it's fair. No, he saw something suddenly. Suddenly he saw something. Bishop. Yeah, king to. You see, king to. I was thinking about it actually, but I didn't realize bishop e7 is like king comes in. It's interesting. But yeah, you have to start counterplay also. Don't sit h5 maybe.
So yeah.
Yeah, you have to. But okay, this gets very spicy.
Passively.
Oh, I mean, it's already lost.
Already lost. What?
Yeah, you have to like definitely do stuff of your own.
Squares are so weak. Yeah, okay, then.
No, it's like a 3-result game kind of thing. Yeah, it's gonna be sharp. Sharp as hell.
I might think that he manages to do this. He plays his repertoire, he plays the same stuff, but usually he manages to get games with Black. No, I'm not sure. I mean, today it's of course Alireza.
Come on. Now you are like talking some. I mean, Bishop f3, Rook d1. Okay, I mean, it's not your kind of thing to say, no. I mean, it's not Ding's achievement that he has a game here. He didn't even try.
It wasn't a game.
Yeah, he didn't even try. He wanted just to be solid. Just that he offers the trade on e5 that he thinks the guy will never take. Suddenly the guy takes the trade. He has to take fe, otherwise he's pawn down, and then suddenly he has some chance.
No, it's fine.
I would just say that Alireza is so tilted that even this game, he is like able to make it exciting. Like he's so tilted at this point.
Did he play more Ultra Billet? Did you follow his online activities?
I don't know, but like it's so unprofessional. Like also, I mean, you already come to make the draw, yeah? Make it then. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like go Bishop f3 and like, not unprofessional, but like, how to say? He's
strange, because his mindset was I'll force a draw and then he.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the force a draw experience, you know? He doesn't have the instincts.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the force the draw instincts. Like he just.
We would never even consider Rook e5.
Not the day where we play this line. Not this day. This line is to make the draw. Rook e5 is on a different day, you know? Yeah. Just
trying to put pressure there.
Yeah, it's just strange.
All right, so we have Rapport and Deep Thought.
Yeah, big decision there. Bishop
Reza
bishop
played
a5.
A4. Rajabov,
It's
not
expected.
surprisingly, went for the endgame with Queen D2, takes, Rook takes, Knight C3, Knight D5.
Yeah, it's a draw.
And Hikaru, he castled. I like his position, and now Duda's thinking about what to do next. We'll go on a very quick break, see what the status quo is here. We'll stick around a bit. Do you have other stuff to do, or what's your daily plan?
I thought the plan was that I'm substituting for Judit until she's back from making the first move. So yes, if she's back, I'm probably going to just go. I'll try to hang out a little bit at the playing hall, see what it looks like. Yeah.
So we'll see if Anish will be back. If not, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
It's been a treat, and we'll be back here very soon.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 13 of the candidates. The day where Jan Nepomniachtchi might lock up first place if he draws his game today. Then, of course, we still have the fight for second place, which, as we know, might or might not get the second place finisher. A match, in that case, against Nepomniachtchi, in case Magnus Carlsen decides not to defend his title. We're still here with Anish Giri, who's in Madrid for a couple of days. What have you been up to, Anish? You won a tournament yesterday. What else have you been doing?
Yeah, no, it was huge. Yeah, I just came by for the weekend. I thought it's nice to visit this city of Madrid. Beautiful place. A little too hot, but that's to be expected in Spain. And of course, to record some content for Chessable Chess 24. And I didn't know what the plan really was. We just were thinking to come, and it was just going to be do some things. I had a lot of time as well because now I'm in the middle of just no tournaments because of the candidates, of course. Nobody wants to clash with the candidates. So I'm preparing for my next events, but there's also a couple of days I can have sort of almost a holiday. I didn't know what the plan was, but turns out that there was a Blitz tournament. I didn't really feel like playing. I was a bit lazy. I thought most games going to be against low-rated players, and then 3 hours is a bit long. I didn't feel like playing the Blitz event. So I said I feel uncomfortable to refuse because they asked really nicely. So I said yeah, but Magnus is also there. He's not playing. So why would I be playing? I mean, not because I'm same as Magnus, but just some kind of excuse not to play. And then they told me that yesterday, Magnus is playing, so you have to play because that was your excuse. And then I was I had to play this tournament. But actually it was fun because it became much stronger. I also met Naroditsky on the way in the park. I told him there's going to be this tournament, so he also joined. There were some strong local players. You played as well. So it was kind of fun tournament to play. And also the park chess was stronger than I expected. I thought it was going to be some nice content, but it was also some nice content against some really good players. I got to play Magnus and also Judit and
So that's where everybody is. You're just hanging out in the park.
I don't know. I don't see how much there's life around the candidates and how many people are there, how much coverage it gets. But as far as I'm concerned, from what I had seen, I think we stole the show with our park events. I think it was larger than the candidates from the coverage, the content point of view, and the viewership and whatnot.
No, but in general, no matter what event, the love for chess in Madrid and the people showing up for any of these events is just amazing. Yeah, I've never seen anything I'm sure it exists in other places, but yeah, Spain is such a good chess country.
I mean, it's for sure that it's some credit to Spain as a chess country. I think at some point it had the most tournaments, in the summer, everybody played in Spain. But I think a lot of it is also just Magnus and Judith, that when the legends show up, they can show up in any village, in any city in the world. There's going to be people because they're so big and so much loved by the chess community. I think the greatness of the events we had was largely due to the presence of these two legendary players.
Fair enough. Let's have a look at
H4 is
the legends that are playing in this event.
H4
by Hikaru.
H4, H5 to fix the knight on G6 after King S7. It wouldn't even enter my head, I think. It's a very creative idea.
So Hikaru is tied in second place with Ding, who actually also might have some chances today. And he played H4.
Funky idea. I don't know what to think of it. King F7, H5, Rook E8, let's say. F4 or something. King G8. B6 check is also there. I don't know. That's very cool. H4, H5, very non-standard because you're focusing on a 4 push and you think that after King F7, I'm going to take on E7. But now you kind of want to keep that knight on G6. Yeah, these are the kind of moves that just don't. Usually moves that don't even occur to me are not very good in the opening, because in the opening phase.
Yeah, computer's not in love with it. Just says King F7, H5, and Queen C7.
F4, let's try.
If F4 wants to take.
Yeah, because knight B2, so I can take with the bishop. Yeah. Can we go a few moves back? So what happened after knight G6 exactly? Rook G8 castle, knight C4 was played. So after knight C4, bishop C1. Already here. So yeah. So what were the possibilities? The compi likes B3, yeah?
Yeah.
B3, knight A5. I guess to A5, yeah.
Bishop B2.
Okay, just defend. Yeah, let's do bishop B2. Though of course bishop B2, you miss the bishop on that other diagonal as well. But on the other hand, after you go F4, it can contribute. Mostly the thing is that the knight on A5 is very poor. So by going knight C4, you gave me the tempo simply. So knight C4 kind of
So this kind of stuff here, you could imagine being dangerous.
This looks just pretty, like without any, like it's clean and pretty, yeah, for white. Like, you know, it's just nice. What Hikaru does with h4, yeah, it's very ambitious idea. Well, very interested.
It does mean business today, but could also backfire. We know Duda's sharp if he gets a chance.
Duda is, he's kind of a counter-attacking player, mainly, I think. He, like, some kind of shady opening with black that he survives and then wins. I think it's like how he wins most of his games. Like I lost to him in some rapid games like that. Like I have like a good position, but it's like double-edged. Like here, yeah, the moment FE was there is potential for black to be better. Like the endgames are better. If the king gets safe, it's better. So like white has to now show, but if you don't show, then you're not going to be better, and then you're going to be worse as well. It's not like if I keep making waiting moves, it's going to be equal. So this kind of chess suits Duda because then he's like, yeah, show me. It's hard to show. Hikaru is showing something very interesting. I don't know what this is.
So we have action here. In the Ding game we saw before the break, the computer was very happy with this plan. To try to invade with the king.
It just includes rook g8, king g2, I guess. So let's go king g2, let's go king e6. He wants, let's say, h4, bishop e7, some extra tempo, maybe, you know. And then king d6, king c5.
King march.
So I think he just, more probably he just does a version of that thing, like including of the move in g8, I guess.
We'll find out. Computer's still not very impressed, but Alireza, if he keeps playing quickly, or if he's not really gonna focus on that he has to defend here, this could get very interesting.
I could also see a scenario in which white wins. Like black starts to go for the c3 square with the king, very long road, and white goes like h3, g4, g5, h4, and somehow black is slower than he expects to be, and then white is somehow faster than he expects to be, and somehow it can, like, I think it's a 3-result game somehow.
Maybe h3 is a good move here. Black sticks to his plan, as you said.
Oh, you see already white is better. White is better. Yeah, I tell you, it depends. Like it's a 3-result game. Like you shouldn't be deceived by the opposite color bishops anymore. Like Alireza burned the bridges, but now it's double-edged.
It's good news for us. We'll see. Ding can be defensive by trying to stop g4. But here, does he have any chance that this is better for black? Interesting.
Because king can now nicely come in to e5 without having to make a detour, yeah? Like the other time you had to make a detour via c5. Now you can come in like through the center, I guess.
You don't even go bishop e5, you come directly?
I don't know. I mean, I would guess this is why. And also you, of course, by playing g4, bishop g4, you no longer have potential to have connected passers.
Yeah. Rook f8, of course, is a slightly strange move.
Very defensive. And why you played rook g8 is a question. Finally, the game I was hopeful about the most to be exciting is going to be the most drawn. That's the game between Fabi and Timur. Timur played it really nicely safe, like very clean how he neutralized this new idea, not giving Fabi any rook c1, like this. You could, let's say, go instead of rook c1, like castle and c3 bc, like double h. You have the a pawn for the, like this castle, let's say. Here you just go bishop c4, like castle, knight c3 bc, bishop e2, rook e1. Yeah, we have the a pawn, he has the e pawn, some double h thing, but he just kept the symmetry. Like Timur, very professional about this position.
But also means he won't have a lot of winning chances, no? And in order to enter the fight for second?
Like, yeah, I mean, to draw, yeah, professional from a draw point of view. Of course, he doesn't even try to win this position. Yeah. He just was faced with a new idea, and he's like, okay, probably but it's a harmless idea from playing for a win point. That's also what I wonder. So much effort went into this, clearly. Like, you have to repeat all these lines, you have to make up all that. And like, what exactly for? Like, yeah, I mean, I guess if you play the main line, you can be surprised and lose. Maybe that's what's for. But like, I wonder sometimes what's the.
You make sure you're first to surprise, yeah.
Yeah, but like, what for? Like, so many hours could be. These hours could be spent doing something else, like playing training games or preparing for your white pieces. Probably, you know, like, or like you could spend them in some other way.
I don't know. I'm a fan. Like he keeps coming up with ideas with black, and of course they can't all be winning. But like I think it puts a lot of pressure on the opponent as well. Like mentally, you don't know what to expect, and you only expect to be surprised, but you still have to prepare. Like
Not for sure, but I think you have to judge players and the approaches by the results. So in this tournament, yeah, Fabio's result also is strange. Like he did have a good result at the start.
Yeah,
so
and his prep and his ideas look good. He just collapsed in.
Yeah. I think his prep is good. I think it's cool. But okay, this one is the thing is that it's one of those surprises that is nice, but it's not for a takeover. It's just to try. It's just to make a draw basically.
That's the cat one. It's rough.
Yeah, it's hard. You cannot win on demand right now.
Okay, so we expect more simplifications. And
no, this is bad.
Draw here.
Knight d2, knight a2, rook c5, whatever. Rook c8, take knight c4 or something. I don't know. You should be careful not to allow some knight c1. Oh, f4 maybe is cleaner. Yeah, knight c1 maybe, whatever. But yeah, let's not
complicated.
Yeah, no, f4 here. F4.
Nice.
And just maybe now knight c4 and bishop f3, whatever.
So for the
I've done it. To c3, yeah, maybe just take on c4 twice.
Yes.
Not to show off. Take twice and then that's it.
C'est fini. So for the tournament standings, the draw here helps neither player all that much because they would be stuck on 50%.
Yeah, but Fabi no longer has I think Fabi is too far away from second place as well.
No, he's 50%. If he wins today, he's right there. If the others don't win, like they're on 6 points and Hikaru and Ding are on 6.5.
Yeah, okay, to be fair, Fabi did his best. He played a new idea. Yeah. He maybe was ambitious for this game, but he cannot do more. And Raja, I think he has a little bit of a different mindset. He just wants to be sort of safe. And if somehow he'll get lucky and get a second place, fantastic. He's not going to try to force it. Like, I think he's just trying to survive. When they asked him in the interview, what's your goal? And he said to survive, and he smiled. I don't think he was joking. Like, he just really wants to survive.
No, it's also, I know, because of course, I've had that mindset all my life. It's very hard to change, even if you know it's in your best interest to play for a win. If all your life, your priority has been to be safe, then it's very, very hard to switch, even if it maximizes your tournament expectation.
Yeah, for him, it's not all his life, of course. It's just this tournament, because like he has his confidence has been going up and down, but just it's clear that as of late, that Norway tournament was a blow, and the start of the candidates, he receives a few blows, and the confidence is just very low. It's understandable.
I also have that 50%. He won 2 games, I think.
Yeah, so the confidence is kind of there to sort of, like he was kind of with Dink, he was playing nice and ambitious with Black. So his confidence is back, but facing a new idea against Fabi, who he's never beaten ever in Classical, he respects him tremendously. I think he probably estimates Fabi as like a player who is more on it, than himself in terms of prep and so on. He respects him a lot, I think, and I guess he does not too ambitious. When things don't go his way in this game, he's okay with just playing it safe.
Yeah. It is 1 out of 5 Fabi though. But yeah, that doesn't change. What do you think of your opponent, of course?
No,
the history,
I mean, yeah,
he plays more into it.
The guy has the same face, yeah? It looks the same. It's not written on his face that he lost last 5. He sees there still the same.
That would be too much if your score was on your face.
Yeah, some streamers do that. They print something on their face, but yeah.
It's the next step. Ding play bishop e7. Interesting. What's the point
G4,
after G4?
bishop h4, G5 king g6. That's very cool. This is very cool. Like, white is kind of blocked. So why is black not better here? King c5? c3. But wait. This is dangerous. Rook b8, let's say. Don't I have king d6 and c5 and d4? Okay, but before AB, I mean it's and d4.
Sharp, yeah? D4, bishop c4.
Okay, these pawns are not going anywhere. They're 2 connected passers, but okay, whites are they're kind of stuck there. You need the king. The king cannot come in. Okay, but it is not obvious, yeah, from afar when you think conceptually. You see, you create passed pawns. It's not obvious that it's. Okay.
No, something's got to happen in this game. And Ding also clearly means business now. Yeah, he's not looking for safety.
I think also maybe that black, like, has to push as well. You know what I mean? Like if you start just sitting and waiting, maybe you can get outplayed. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, but there's rook f8, for example, look very tight. I mean, it's an ugly move, but what's White going to do?
Yeah. Okay, like that, yes. But yeah, we want to play it more pridefully. Okay, Jan, by the way, is really on course to do his thing, to do his dirty thing.
He's not messing around. Bishop takes f6.
Yes.
Of course, he could play any other move, queen e3, queen e1, whatever. But
it's part of the prep. I think that's still part of the prep.
Nah, it's fun.
No, I mean that prep that I think that somewhere here the file ends like with rook d4, bishop d3, and it says that okay, now you should manage.
Go rook d4, rook h4.
We killed his. He's slightly better as well. I think this whole concept of taking an f3 and queen e1, a3, bishop f5, bishop f6. I think this is all. It's been prepped by him as he just tries to recollect it, but it's like his draw repertoire.
Could be.
Very nice.
Okay, so Nepomniachtchi, what else do we give him now? It has to be 99.9% to win the tournament. No?
I think higher.
Higher.
Now, yes, significantly. I mean, it's higher. Yeah, I don't think 1 in 1,000 is going to be. He's going to.
You don't think he can hang something? Okay, maybe 1 in 1,000.
No, but okay, hang something in this game.
Then something. Then he's tilted and he can lose.
Okay. Then the odds start becoming.
Then they start going.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that 1 in 1,000.
But also somebody else has to win both games here. Like
that's why. But I'll give you 1 in 1,000. I'll give you 1 in 1,000. Hikaru can win today and tomorrow, and that's it.
Yeah.
But I'll give you 1 in 1,000.
Rook d4 played. No promise. There are move repetitions, no, which.
But 1 in 1,000, that in maybe 5 minutes will be 0, yeah, because the game is about to end.
Small window to get these 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's under the 1,000 to be honest.
Let's have a look at Hikaru's game. H4 and rook c6 was played. What's that about?
C6, queen c7. He wants king d8, king c8. That's what he wants. That's how these people think, like do them.
King safety.
Yeah, they like this kind of things. People who have studied classical games, that's how they think.
There we see Hikaru. Is that according to the dress code? That's okay. It's a shirt. What do you think about the dress code? It's been a big debate.
I heard the story, but I don't know what is the dress code actually. Do you know the details of the story?
More or less, I think you're supposed to wear like a jacket, a shirt, and then dress pants and dress shoes.
Mm-hmm.
So Hikaru wore jeans, and there was a violation, and they warned him about it or something.
I'm not a fan of this particular shirt on him. I really liked when he wore this blue.
He looked super sharp one day in the shiny blue suit, no? With a blue shirt.
Yeah, I thought that was extremely a cool statement. So you have a blue shirt and a blue suit. They're like the same tone.
It's hard to pull off, but he really made it work.
It looked really good on him. And I really thought like, wow, I never seen Hikaru this well dressed. But this particular shirt, I'm not a fan. I find it a bit too boring, the pattern. But it's a matter of taste.
My campaign has been, dress code is fine, but allow white sneakers. Come on, they're so much more comfortable to walk around. It's a good, clean look nowadays. Just allow people to wear white sneakers.
It was kind of funny. At some point, I played in Norway and we were discussing with organizers what's dress code. And then it said that, so at some point we asked if it's okay to wear sneakers. And the organizer said, yeah, maybe only the black ones. And then I looked, under the table and the organizer that was wearing the black sneakers. Okay, but just because it's like the bias, you prefer the black sneakers? Yeah, I think it's just two different schools of thoughts, black or white sneakers.
No. That's my dream job. I want to be in the appeals committee, but only responsible for sneakers, if I can improve. These are okay. No.
I think if your friend Peter Heine wins the election, maybe you'll get that job.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I've been loyal enough to his campaign.
No?
I'll try.
Also, doesn't sound like the kind of...
No, but then it will be a very fair and transparent process. And I know a lot about sneakers. Like there's no books, lots of sneakers.
Yeah, exactly.
I can send all the documentation.
Yeah. Please send your application and such.
Yeah. Here's a photo of my sneakerhead book. This is my collection.
Okay. By the way, this position, it is so incredibly unusual. Like, it's so hard to play because
four makes no sense. Nothing makes any sense.
No, like it's just, there are some contours of the Nider, but it's just so weird. Like
F3.
The pattern recognition just doesn't. Queen to H3, I think he wants.
He's also saying now that you're trying to run here.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop you on D7.
I'll welcome you.
Yeah. So there, very often what happens is like one player signals I'm going to go there, and then the other is like, okay, I'm going to stop that. But actually, not clear if it's a
move
good.
just to
Yeah, but it's not clear, yeah, because you start playing very often. You don't understand the position yourself because it's too complicated, and then you kind of think like, okay, if he wants that, I'm going to stop that. But chess is like not always about it, yeah. Chess is about like stopping the good ideas and allowing the. Magnus is very good at that. It's a sign of a very confident player who allows, like Magnus is very good at allowing his opponent. When I was a kid, like he did it to me many times. He allowed me to execute my plan. My plan turned out to be bad, and he was just cashing in on that.
There's also dangerous advice. There's old wisdom. A bad plan is better than no plan. Makes no sense. No, bad plan is bad.
Yeah, bad plan is bad. Yeah. But Fabi is the kind of player, for example, who plays against your ideas usually.
Oh, okay.
He plays against your ideas, not against very often, not against the actual. Yeah, I guess it's because Magnus kind of bases his play more on his own understanding. Fabi is more of a calculator, complete player.
Okay, nothing to talk about here.
No, this is just we are waiting in what exactly Fabi is trying to accurately trade pieces. So bishop takes f5 is a thing now, so you have to defend from that. Bishop c6, yeah, it's a logical way. So rook d8 or rook d1 will be.
Go here.
Not sure, yeah, you're benefiting.
Actually, the computer is not agreeing with my expert play here. It says white is much better.
But why? Also, yeah, because you need the king maybe on g7 is closer to the h1.
Two rooks, yeah, like.
Yeah, rook g8, h5, and so on. King f6, rook g8, h5, maybe. Yeah, white's easier play, of course, I guess. Black has potential even sometimes to be better with this kind of kingside structure. If you get like,
it's hard to get moving, no? You need like
e4, or yeah, e5, h5, h4, e4. Like there is potential to run this stuff down, but not in this particular version.
See Rapport. He's also been scoring some style points, no? Like a lot of fancy jackets, some nice shirts there, and the sunglasses.
I think that the way I see Rapport is it looks to me like he's been captured from, let's say, 20th century. Somewhere I'm not really into like fashion history, but I could imagine it's like, I don't know, like the 70s or whatever, and then taken from that time with his chess style as well from that time, and he's been like teleported into the future, and he's like a top player of the 70s because he plays his own openings that make no sense for the modern.
It's like a reverse Austin Powers situation. He got like a time machine and he's dressing in the style of the times.
Yes.
And he brought Lubojevich, top player from the 70s.
Exactly. He's his contemporary. Exactly. He brought his friend Lubojevich from the past, and now he just came to us from the past. The way he plays is just epic. This is my theory. I don't think he looks like that.
Not all that stuff. Do you think he chooses like his suits himself, or he chose them himself in the 70s, or like yes?
No, his wife also. He also talks about his wife. We don't know. While he might have traveled in time, maybe his wife also is from the 70s. And I don't know which year like I'm not really into fashion history, but I have a feeling that there is something retro about him. The long hair, it has some retro vibe, no? Like in a very cool way. It's a compliment. It's a compliment, of course, because it's clearly like retro is of course the new fashion, right? It goes in circles. So like, for example, my younger sister, they start to watch the Friends series again.
It's what the young kids do now, they just binge Friends.
But you know, the Friends is the shit again, like really
I know.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, suddenly it's like, and they dress also like the Friends again.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, it's cool now. Some baggy sweaters and like women wearing baggy sweaters. It's again.
When was Friends? It's like 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah. So it moves in circles and it's cool. So yeah, Richard is in that sense.
He's timeless. I think he's timeless.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Also the whole vibe, yeah. Sunglasses, the long hair, like just a rock star, just epic.
Big fan. He's in deep thought here. Yeah, it's unlikely he can do anything to win this game.
Position doesn't suit his desires, of course.
So Dr. Ding, bishop e7 on the board. He's trying to bring the king. Did you hear that Ding? He came here all alone. First of all, he traveled like 2 days before the event, and then he's all by himself.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
he must be very bored, no?
No, it's horrible. I mean, I understand the very strict regulations and everything, but yeah, generally it seems that okay, Europe also had that period. I mean, it's not easy, of course, to deal with COVID, but they prioritize dealing with COVID over many other things. But of course, from a point of view of professional chess tournament, you have to bring a second to an event like this. But okay.
It's not so much for the chess, but just to have someone to walk around with, go for dinner,
but
for
he's of
more
course a
sport
special,
event to
like
talk to
he's
them.
of course a special guy. So in a sense that he is a native Chinese speaker, I don't know if he's got many like friends, like close friends in Europe or something. Because sometimes, let's say, if you go to States, you can arrange, maybe you have some friends from States who will be your second there, yeah. But like, I don't know if Ding could take someone from Europe to the tournament as a second, because I think he has like a language barrier. I mean, he speaks English, but I guess it takes him effort.
English is quite okay, but it's not.
But
You're not relaxed here. You like have to talk
I mean,
English
his
to
English is
someone.
great, but like, does he want to speak it for fun? Not for interview, but for fun. Like, is it relaxed or is it actually tense when he doesn't want? So it's hard, but of course, yeah, he had to compromise because of this strict regulations, I guess. He had to compromise on his tournament basically, because to be honest, it's a disadvantage.
No, it's really bad. And also for the, I don't know, who's in charge of the Chinese Federation or whoever, like if they decide to send Ding to allow him to play, then also send one more guy, send Wei Yi or whoever is comfortable with to hang out with him. Like,
it's what we think, but maybe they don't
exception.
see it like that. Maybe they, but this, I mean, they take different decisions for
Yeah.
COVID measures, so they don't see it like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
They think that the extra EV he gets from having a second is not worth exposing, I guess, that person, or like, I don't know how exactly it works.
Yeah, no, I just feel bad for him because also
Yeah.
a long tournament, things didn't go well. Then I don't know Ding well, but I guess he's also more on the introvert side. He's not gonna join groups of people for dinner and stuff. No, he
Yeah,
probably
but
just sits in one.
again, it's a kind of a language as well, culture, language issue as well, I guess. I mean, like I would be happy to hang out with Ding, but I don't know how thrilled he is to talk to me for an hour, even if he likes me for some reason. Just the fact that he has to speak English and must be tiring for him. I don't know, like if he would enjoy my company or like anybody else's, like who is not Chinese. I don't know.
You know, I'm sure everybody would be happy to hang out with him and keep him company, but it's also not the same if you have like a confidant that you can.
Yeah, for
speak
example,
your
I
language with
saw
him,
like
talk
once
chess
a
and
player in Vaikanzei who came, I think, alone at the time, and I saw him walk with one of the commentators, and a lot, and dinner with. So then you can of course find company, but him coming from China, it's hard. Like imagine, let's say if maybe I don't know, Magnus or whatever plays alone in some kind of Grenke Classic, and you're there as commentator, maybe you can be his, help him, hang out with him.
Day, but I can join for dinner.
Yeah, let's say, yeah. Or if you are in organizing committee or something, like you're able often to find someone. Like if I would be alone in Vaikanzei, let's say, without a second, I would find company for dinner somehow. I know.
Yeah, but the comparison is you're alone in Beijing, yeah? Like.
Yes, that's the thing. And yes, exactly. So if I'm alone in Beijing, like who? I mean, exactly. Okay, he does speak the English, the language.
No, his English is fine. It's not like
but
he
it's
can't
just,
hang
yeah,
out, but yeah,
it's not really the hanging out English, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm also curious to hear Ding speak casual. Like you always hear him in interviews. Like imagine him as like casual talk. I've never heard.
I've never seen it in
he's
social settings.
Yeah, like,
but you played matches against him and so on. No?
Yeah.
You must have talked. Don't you have a
only
WhatsApp
business.
group? I heard you have a WhatsApp group.
Yeah. I speak to him. I spoke to him WhatsApp. WhatsApp is funny. He sends some funny emails and stuff. He's really good. WeChat, of course, not WhatsApp, obviously. Yeah, he has an epic WeChat presence. I'm hanging out with him there. But generally, yeah, I can't imagine. Like it's kind of funny to imagine. He would be like, "Today was epic day." The dinner here is total shit. They don't even have any duck at all.
I literally don't care.
Yeah. Did you see Hikaru game? So
No,
stupid.
that he could talk.
So stupid.
Not sure he's a big trash talker, but maybe.
But I'm just telling you. Imagine he would be in like we don't see him in the relaxed setting.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Ding is big trash talk like Alireza, total noob. Like.
91 played by Hikaru.
Okay, that's very logical. You want the b3 c4 business, and you want the knight out of the way.
But
d5 is the.
Can we do this?
But
not directly.
Yeah, I mean d5 is the kind of the 96, 97 maybe. Like if the king was normal, the pattern recognition to me says knight d1, d5. The king is messed up on f7, so that you open the center. Maybe you don't do that. Maybe b5.
With position,
Yeah,
computer is sort of happy with white.
I think that players like Hikaru are very good at this kind of chess because nobody has pattern recognition for this. And
but he's not so relying on pattern recognition, or like
exactly,
he has more of a feel for the pieces.
Exactly. So for him, it's better. But Duda is, Duda, I don't know what kind of Duda is a difficult player. Like, I was surprised to hear that his upbringing was largely like he's very read up on classics. Apparently, I cannot say that it really shows in his games, does it? I cannot say that.
No, it doesn't show in the openings, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's strong in like endgames and what pieces to exchange and so on. Like
I would place him, from how I see him, as someone who learned chess by playing online all the time.
Okay.
That's how I would place him. He's got all these qualities. He's resourceful, super good at time trouble, very big fighter. I would see him as someone who learned chess from playing lots of quick training games, largely.
Well, maybe you did both. Here you can play a lot online and then read chess books.
That is true. That is true.
There we see Jan-Krzysztof.
For example, Levon, you can just see, like Levon, the taste of Levon, like there's such good taste for chess, like, and also when he wins, like his conversions is always so stylish. He's got this urge to do this, go for style points.
So what classics do you read? What should we read?
What classics you read? I
Who's
mean,
this guy? Ayechin?
I don't know. I guess I think that's the thing that many guys is how you form such a broad. I guess, for example, there is this famous, like, it's called Black Series, the Soviet books. It's Black Series because they do black covers, and there's like books on. So there's a book about Alekhine, about Capablanca, about someone like Stein, let's say, or Portish or whatever. I think every good player of the past has a book on him. I don't think it's I don't think it's by that player. It's by someone else. I think some other good grandmaster. I don't recall. But like, if you read this Black Series, then you get to see a lot of games, the best games of these players, annotated. And you learn a lot from that. So this is the kind of thing I would think of as classics. Of course,
translated into English?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, but of course, like the basics. But that's like already so basic that everybody read it. But of course, the Kasparov, Margaret Perez. I think if you read that, you have the basics covered in terms of classics. You have to read that for sure.
But that's very line savvy. No, it doesn't teach you, or doesn't try to teach you so much playing styles or concepts. So maybe that's to some extent too.
I think it
is
just
so many lines of analysis.
Okay,
I just read it for the text, but
that's too much. Yeah. But I think there's still like that. It's good. But yeah, I don't know what else would you define as like chess classics. I guess studying the best game collections, of course. Alekhine has one. Tal has, of course. Yeah, this.
It's one of my favorite books. You can see in my chess style, but this Life and Games of Mikhail Tal, or whatever it's called in English. It's a great book.
Yeah, exactly. All the Bundesliga games are inspired from that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but he talks about a lot of good stuff. Yeah, like the hippopotamus that he had to drag out of the mud. And he thinks about that for half an hour, like, and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Or, for example, Kramnik's book on. I think like they say that the best books for like young growing players is the autobiographical. So when people annotate great players annotate their own games. So Kramnik's best games collection, and some players of the past as well. So these are probably what you think are classics, I guess. And knight b6 in advance. Okay, so if b3 now, the pawn is hanging on c2. So he's trying to gain a tempo on that. 93, yes.
He just wants to go back to
c5 suddenly. But really though.
So it's a threat.
Before b5 or what? Before c5.
Oof.
I mean, this doesn't surprise me. This is normal how you get destroyed. The king is stuck at Lego's coordination. The knights defending each other are always shaky, of course.
So this game, yeah, a lot of stuff could happen. But I like Hikaru's chances.
Yeah, I don't find Duda's play very consistent. Basically, I think it's like nobody understands anything here because it's impossible. But one guy has a safer king and the other has a weaker king. And that's kind of gives advantage to Hikaru. That's how I would estimate it.
That's fair. Let's have a look. Jan Nepomuchy possibly moves away from tournament victory. So to wrap it up, it's taking his time.
Yeah, he's mega safe right now. At some point also he can start to play like active on the queen side with b3 or king b2 and c4.
This, but then...
Yeah. And then even if you get like a little bit outplayed on the king side, you'll have so much counterplay on the queen side that you'll draw anyway. But you don't have to. You can also try to play for advantage. So nicely control like bishop 2, rook h4, like carefully b3, king b2, not making any weaknesses. Try to outplay him a bit. But I think that at this point you can even just do it the rough way, play like a noob and still draw. That's what I'm saying.
We're still at 99.9%, but numbers not going up until the game is over. Hikaru, nothing new. Ali Reza.
Well, that line that we saw now, for example, with C3, Rook B8 and all that, the one that we saw for Ali Reza is not obvious, it's a good line. So Ali Reza is thinking right now G4, Bishop H4, G5, Ali Reza is thinking King D6. And Ali Reza is thinking King C5 is coming. And he thinks King C5. B8, let's say. Yeah, and now he's afraid King D6, C5, D4 will happen.
Yeah.
And he doesn't see beyond that, I think, so easily, that you go before and then A, B, C, B, D4, Bishop C4, and then it needs, that takes time. So he's right now like battling with this position. Okay, but also King B6 now I had, no? King B6 and C5.
Yeah, maybe I should go somewhere else. I was just trying to make a waiting move like here. Point is.
Yeah, let's say if you go like A, B, C.
Maybe wait for move.
Why we have to? I think that was the position, more or less. Like before A, B, C, B, D4, Bishop C4, that was kind of.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, this is like why it's important concept. This position you have to realize is very good for white. And okay, once you realize that, then it becomes kind of, then white feels a lot safer about the whole proceeding. But you have to kind of see that, and I'm not sure it's so obvious. So he's a bit concerned. And he thinks maybe better not to rush this G4 business. But how to play? What, King H2 or what? Because Bishop H4 next anyway.
Yeah, so.
King H2 is outrageous move. I'm just saying like what alternatives you have.
No, sure. Black will do this no matter what, so you can't just wait.
I think G4, Bishop H4. Yeah, he's just concerned a bit.
Enough.
Because the fact that after Bishop H4, G5, like, okay, you've got this passed G pawn, but you will never go G6 because it will be so weak. So your passed pawn is kind of, it can sometimes be used, but in 99% of the cases it's worthless. And if you assume as a human that, okay, the passed pawn is worthless, you see that black has potential to come in with the king. You see that if you go C3, he has potential for C5, D4. You see like, it's like a long term, you see danger, yeah, like conceptually speaking. And of course, it's concrete and C3 before and all this, but you don't think like that at first. You only think that if you're very desperate already. That's why I would.
This bishop is such a funny construction. It can never be touched, no matter what.
Yeah, it's beautiful there.
To do.
It's beautiful. Also, the moment
can
the king
enter
moves,
the game at one point.
Yeah, and if the king ever moves, Bishop G3, Bishop F4 will collect. So the bishop is like super efficient. And if G6, it comes back to F6 if needed. It's a very nice construction. And also for white, it's super hard to attack the F5 pawn.
G4, Bishop H4 on the board.
Exactly.
Okay. And before you leave us, we have to talk about the big topics. 260 games of Hyperbullet before playing the pawn machine. Good, bad, very bad. What's your take?
Let's mention one interesting thing. He could have played somehow anonymously, right? He didn't just want to play bullet games online. He wanted to do it publicly.
You think it was on purpose? Or just, okay, this is my account, I'm logging in, I'm playing?
Okay, look, he can write, okay, he can write the Naroditsky, they have each other's, they already played 100. He can write him privately, so I'm going to log in now on Lichess anonymously.
Work already. He's tilted, he logs in, he starts playing. No, but Naroditsky's there playing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm thinking that I'm wondering to what extent he wanted to show it, and to what extent he didn't. Because, like, to not show it, yeah, I mean, it's normal. Because to be honest, things people do after they lose. Many people have sleepless nights. I read Vishy confessed it in some book that he couldn't sleep after some loss. If it's used to have sleepless night, you might as well play bullet. I don't see difference. Secondly, many people, they hit the drinks and stuff. I'm strongly against that. But you know, people do that. I've even heard the story, not publicly, yes, I'm not saying something. I've heard publicly some that Magnus, when he was in desperate situation against Karakin, there was some party. I heard it somewhere that he gave an interview. Said an interview.
Party is big, no? They stayed for some hours after dinner and talked. Is what I heard.
They didn't go to some because okay, I watched some documentary on that movie, and in there was.
We've seen the same thing, but they talk about it. No, they just stayed at some at some restaurant and talk for a little longer?
I saw the Russian one, so I've seen
no, I saw
so the Russian one makes the story a bit
Okay.
more beautiful. It's okay, maybe that's not true, but like let's say people have done naughty things.
No, for sure.
The weird thing here is that normally nobody goes to drink and take a selfie and put it on Instagram, right?
Oh, speak for yourself.
But I mean, the weird part about this is that he kind of did that aware that people will know that, and he didn't care, kind of. That's the interesting
So
part.
that's his message. He doesn't care anymore.
Literally doesn't care.
I don't know. Like, I'm not such a hater of Bullet. Like, I think during the tournament, it's not a deal, but in general, I'm not against the idea of playing Bullet even for chess improvement purposes. And then, as you say, like people do such dumb stuff, like, or go to the movies, go out drinking, like lay there at night awake thinking about what have I done. Like, I'm not sure what the worst case scenario is, but of course now the looks are bad for him as well.
Yeah, I'm into very healthy lifestyle. So I think honestly, if you feel really terrible and you need, because you need some like what dopamines, what endorphins, whatever it is, yeah, you need some kind of stuff sometimes. And if you get it through Bullet games, I think it's pretty innocent. From all the substances you can take and do, I think that's very innocent. So and he felt horrible and his confidence was low. And sometimes
he also lost the match. Yeah, he didn't even win. He didn't boost his confidence.
Yeah, but he tried to. He tried to.
Okay, so, he also tried in the tournament, but he needed some success too.
Yeah, but how to boost confidence? By playing some amateur that you anyway beat 100-0?
Sure.
Okay, no, but that doesn't boost your confidence. That's fake. The boost your confidence is something that you accomplish that is not obvious that you accomplished. So potentially beating Naroditsky would boost your confidence. But of course, you have to expose yourself then to not, you expose yourself a bit. But I mean to say that, honestly, from things people have done, I think it's very innocent to play relatively innocent. Like I still wouldn't do it, but that's me. But some people do worse things. But it's the fact that he somehow, the way he did it, and everybody saw it, and that kind of sends some kind of message. And then he exposed himself to us talking about it here, and it's his own fault. He could have gone anonymously if he wanted. Yeah. You can send on just a link. You can go. You don't even have to log in. You can just send the link to friend, and you can play. It's fantastic. I sometimes do it if I want to play very anonymous. I send the link to friend, and we play on 2 anonymous. Nobody sees these games.
I have an anonymous account. It's called Guybrush spielt gut. Said. Anyway, last and most important question of all: if Nepomniachtchi wins this tournament, which we're assuming, is Magnus going to play him in the next World Championship match?
So my odds before I spoke about it to you were 30% that he will not play. After our conversation, it is 60% that he will not play.
Oh, that high! But I don't have any inside info. I just
no, but just
I
don't know what you said. I don't know. Like it still sounds like inside info.
I'm skeptical that he will play against Nepomniachtchi, as mentioned, but it's mainly reading on the.
I'm flipping. I'm flipping. I flipped to the dark side. I'm now saying it's more likely he will not play.
What I think, and that theory I haven't heard from him, but I think is well known he likes to play tournaments. What's the best tournament out there? It's the candidates tournament. But he's not allowed to play it as world champion. So the only way is to sit out one term as world champion and come back, win the candidates, and then he can think if he wants to challenge world champion Nakamura in the next match.
This made me. This brought my 30 to 60 suddenly. This brilliant theory.
There's something.
No, this brilliant theory just completely changed my mind. I'm now like I joined the dark side.
The knight is on f8 by Duda. Queen h3 you can't take.
Yeah, good eagle protect. Yeah,
Queen d7. Yeah, we can't do anything funky.
He played with. He went back knight h4.
Knight h4.
Oh, g5 is a funky option. Kind of.
H4 looks strange.
But this position is strange. So like there's no like a normal move or something. Yeah. What is this? White's coordination is not pretty though right now. Bishop on c1.
Blocking,
It's not pretty. Well, I have potential to, because my pawn structure has improved tremendously with pawn on c4. Like it's really nice. I locked that out. My knight from c3 left, so that's super harmonious. But I need my bishop on c1 and the knight on e3 should go to a decent square also, because it's a weird square a little bit. But knight h4, yeah, it's
take one of these pieces and go whatever, bishop d2, whatever he wants.
Yeah, I don't know if Duda. I think Duda will
fight.
g5. I don't know if g5. will come. G5 is a very tempting option, I think.
Also, there's this, according to our computer friend, which also makes a lot of sense. Like, how do you keep
Do you lose the pawn or what? Hikaru blundered it maybe just. But the thing is that the king is so weak, I can just sack it and anyway I have compensation. So like before, knight G5, queen E2, knight E4, bishop B2. And
yeah, we've seen something.
that's why I've seen it before, so I'm now using that knowledge. Yes.
That's smart.
Yes.
Okay, this will be a big fight. Jan is going for the first very quiet draw for here with king f6, rook h4, saying, okay, if you go here, I go back.
No, he'll go, yeah, okay, like that, yeah. But maybe. Yeah, king G5, rook D4, E5. So maybe after king G5, he'll go. I'm not sure it is quite that draw offer because you don't have immediately the.
Yeah, this is a better move.
He just makes some move maybe. He doesn't. I mean, it's such a simplified position that you don't need to offer it. You can just make the moves and then it will just end by itself in the draw. So Dink started his march. Yeah, it's happening. It's happening.
King march. I'm trying not to do more like Ding march pawns because they're too cheap. I mean, it's hard.
Ding march.
Okay, so this might happen. Yeah, this c3 rook b1 business.
Yeah, and
but
then,
Ding doesn't have to push d4. He can just stand.
Yeah. You also don't have to go king d6 back. Actually, that position you can just make a draw by just standing and repeating moves. So let's say b1, king c5, c3, rook b8, yeah, c3, king c5. Also, sorry, c3 is a mistake. So you wait for king c5, then you go c3. Yeah. You go king bishop f1, king c5, c3. Okay, I go rook b7, go bishop a6. I go rook b6, go bishop f1, rook b7 draw. This is probably how it should end, because king d6 before is allowing white more space and doesn't give you any winning chances.
Rajao is busy wrapping up here.
Yeah.
Rook takes knight c4.
Fabi took some time because, of course, if you don't have the engine, you see that you're pawn down. You want to make sure you win it back. True. But he did all the right things, and Raja is not very eager to create something here. There's nothing to create.
Fair enough. So that will be a draw. That means the two players on second place, Nakamura and Ding, still.
I think game of Hikaru is the one. There could be a kind of a funny anticlimax if somehow you go knight 8h7 and somehow white chooses
knight g6 and back.
Yeah.
No, Hikaru, he's playing for a win. He would play some other move.
He's playing for a win, yeah.
I like that you spot the move repetitions instantly as well, because that's my only strength when doing commentary with Judit. Like move repetition is very, very quick.
No, I just want to like point out to people that to warn them before they get disappointed that they could get disappointed. Like,
more disappointment incoming. We're going on a quick break. In the meantime, of course, go to Chessable and check out all of Anish's courses. I'm being told that the Night of course is excellent. The French course. When are you playing the French? That's the question.
It's not the problem of the course, it's the problem of the French. Yeah. So the course is good, the French.
That's actually I checked the course. It's actually an excellent opening. I'm still not playing the French, but
I had some good results when I played online, like casual games. I played the French sometimes back in those days. But the thing is, you cannot play everything. So I also don't play I like my openings. I play my Niders, I play my Berlins, whatever. I don't want to expand too much. I don't see the need. So
I played the Dragon twice. I spent so much time on the Dragon in like 2010, and I only played it twice. It was really not a.
It was all the rage at some point. It was very trendy.
Yeah.
Very trendy.
It was a big thing.
It was fun to analyze these positions because computer would never give the GH5 thing. He would never understand that you should open up the king side, and it would always say black is better, and then it would change later that it's mate. But now it shows immediately. Yeah. It shows it immediately.
Okay. Anyway, go to Chessable. Check out all the Anish courses. Then if it's too sharp for you, my E4, E5 course, always there. Play it safe. And we'll be back here in a couple of minutes.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight of.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think
You
about...
don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that, just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and I remember
Welcome back, everybody, to the penultimate round of the candidates. Judit Polgar is back. Judit, you just got back from the venue. How are things there? Tell us everything.
Well, the venue is actually beautiful, but it is smaller than I thought.
Okay.
And the location is just amazing, the Palacio de Santoña. Well, there are some more people arriving now. Of course, Magnus showed up.
Oh, was it
Vichy
that
showed
today?
up.
Oh, Vichy's here as well? Wow.
Yeah, Vichy is already there and saying hello. And, well, you know, his Spanish is great and he feels at home in Madrid. And quite a lot of people before the game that there were like 100 or more than 100 people waiting, the players today already. So somehow everything is heated up in the city also. And so it's a very nice location. It's small. I would wish that in the candidates in Madrid, it would be somewhere in a place where you have thousands of people to be seated there and really have the atmosphere to see the big players, because I think Spain is definitely a place where we have the audience for it. So this is the only thing that I noticed.
It looked nice on the cameras, but I heard some complaints from chess fans that got here. They couldn't get tickets. They just can't fit so many people in there.
I heard that there are tickets which with the commentary room, which is, well, I think 100 people maybe or something like that. When they opened up, it was like within 10 minutes, all the tickets were gone. So the place is really tiny. It's really heart of the city, between the walking squares, the walking streets in Madrid. But yeah, I mean, of course, if you live here and I mean, you can just wait outside when your player, the one who is your hero, comes out, and then you can get your autograph. But indeed, this is the only thing I was just upset about the location. And I think for the players also, it's pretty good. It's very quiet. And they have their background backstage with their drinks and food. But of course, their room was very small, but you could barely breathe because the tension was so high. You could feel that it's extra tension. Of course, all players are very tired already. At the same time, we have players who are fighting for second place, which probably there might be a good reason to fight for.
That's what I think. Yeah.
And well, Magnus is still not revealing exactly what will be his statement, but we are very much expecting him to say something in the next few days or very shortly, because he was giving away his thoughts, but he's not crazy softly saying to play and defend his world championship title. Somehow I was talking with him because I had a blitz game with him. You know?
I heard about the result. I heard some views online, like congratulations.
Thank you. Well, I got surprised myself how I beat him in my E4 and Sicilian. And I had the opportunity to chat with him. It was great to see that he's in a very good mood. At least he was yesterday, before we played and even after we played. But somehow he said, I mean, he loves the game, he loves to play and everything. But well, he expressed it to so many people before that he doesn't like the pressure, what is put on him, right? When you have to defend your titles. So, I mean, I always admired very much Magnus's honest opinion. Even some people may not like what he says, but he's very honest about it. He's not hiding his thoughts. And well, he's promoting chess incredibly well in many different ways. So I think we can say that we can't have a better world champion than him. But well, so I have a busy day here since I arrived.
Yeah, I heard.
Today I played with Anish.
Also, you had the symbol as well?
No, I played. I went to another street of Madrid, downtown. And then suddenly I found myself again at the chessboard and I'm playing against a gentleman I played at home with some bishop h7 pattern win. And then suddenly they say, okay, so now next is Anish.
You guys have been playing all over town. That's amazing.
Well, this is the spirit the city has, that it's very normal to have many simultaneous exhibitions in different places, locations, different cities, not only in Madrid. But I mean, I just wish that in Hungary we had something like this, or many other countries, even in some countries where chess is really supported very much. You don't see every day, right, on the street, which is very natural. Here it's natural that the municipalities, the mayor office, they're supporting these chess activities. And I guess the Queen's Gambit series just pushed quite a bit on this. So it has a little very nice atmosphere that, you know, there are endless people want to ask autograph from you and from the players, pictures, they're playing and so on. So this is the place for chess.
For sure. All right, let's have a look at the current chess. We have one result, no big surprises there. Radjabov against Caruana ended in a draw, which doesn't really help either player very much. They were both at 50% before the round and could have used a win to get into the action. Caruana surprised Radjabov with a new idea in the opening, as we are used to from Fabi. He played in this line of the Catalan DC, check a5, and here very rare move castles, queen takes c4, b6, sacrificing a pawn, but clearly he knew what he was doing, and Radjabov did not dare to accept the third pawn, actually, pawn on b6.
Wow.
After which things can get very messy.
This is a fun opening.
Here, queen to c8, and we looked at it a bit, it gets very, very complicated. By Radjabov being surprised, he went back queen d2. And after
He
that,
went the
it
safe
more
way.
or less petered out.
Very understandable choice.
Yeah, so that game's a draw, both on 50%. Jan Nepomniachtchi only needs a draw to win the tournament. Looks like he's well on his way to get there. At the very least, he's better maybe.
When I was in the playing hall and I was there in the very beginning, it was like in the first move, Rapport was thinking.
But he's always thinking, no? Like in 1e4, he's thinking.
Yeah, but now he was thinking, really thinking. Like really, like, am I going to be the one who secures the first place? Or I'm sure Rapport had this idea for him that how cool it would be to ruin a little bit and make things exciting.
We were also speculating maybe he feels a bit guilty because he lost this game to Nepomniachtchi with white, where he overpressed a bit. And today he thought, okay, at least I'll give him a hard time with the black pieces.
Exactly. This is exactly what he wanted. He knew that it's definitely not easy to beat, especially with black Jan, right? When he has like 2 points ahead already.
Well, he played a fighting opening, but Jan was very pragmatic here, went for bishop e5, bishop f6, the safest choice.
Oh, so straightforward.
Very direct.
Well, he can't say that he was fighting for a win.
No, he didn't have to.
But he doesn't have to. He's too professional.
And now this is the position they have. He wants to go bishop c2. White is maybe a bit better, but it draws enough. Hard to see. Richard winning this, no?
Well, I don't know how I could squeeze something out of this stone.
Very, very solid.
Squeeze some water. Well, this is a typical almost impossible, right? What about playing king e6, king f6? Bishop c2, you know what I want to do, king e5. Okay. So I'm inviting you. I'm very generous. You see how good I am, my heart. Oh, but I cannot play e3 because you have check.
Too generous.
Okay, so it's just completely hopeless. There is no way out then for black to do anything. By the way, isn't white better a little bit?
That's what I think. Yeah, white
because if white
just
can, because if you can exchange the bishops on c2, then white has a huge advantage. By the way.
Yeah. So maybe Jan's just gonna win this one, but he doesn't have to. Where things are interesting is the fight for second place. Hikaru and Ding, they're both tied. And Hikaru, we weren't sure if it's a blunder or not, but I think it might have been a blunder. In this position, he played knight to h4, and Duda played knight h7. There's no good way to stop this knight g5, apparently, losing a pawn, winning a pawn. So he gave the pawn. Still might have some compensation, but I don't think this was on purpose.
Yeah, it's a typical thing, but depending on the result, you're going to say whether it was a blunder or sacrifice, right? We all know that kind of explanation, how it goes. I was actually making the first move of Nakamura of this game.
So you chose e4.
And, no, because Hikaru told me, choose whatever you want.
I'll play anything.
And then, well, I stick to my move. Then obviously he just put it back. And then seconds later, with a completely different spirit, he played it for.
So could you choose which board, or you were told you make the first move for Hikaru? How does that work?
Well, they said that I can do anything.
Excellent. So here we are. He's a pawn down, but still a weird structure. Rook 81 played. And yeah, this is going to be complicated. Before we get into it, let me show you King's position. Because here, Alireza, it looked like he was trying to be solid today, playing his 4 knights, which we've seen from the Nepomniachtchi and so on. In this position, he could just have played bishop f3. Okay. Maybe white is slightly better, but it's probably a draw.
Yeah, my question is that who is playing for what?
We thought, yeah, this was
Right?
gambling because all of a sudden
Okay.
black gets a lot of play. And they made a lot of moves. He put his bishop here, which is a nice square. Now what he would
Self-trapping.
like to do is bring the king in. The problem he has is white can play the c3 setup, which hasn't happened yet. But here after rook b8, let's say c3, we couldn't see anything
But then
for black.
c5.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
the
c5,
issue
d4.
is... hang on, yeah. Actually, you're right. In
No,
this
you
position,
want
we-
me to
we want
wait
wait.
until king c5
Exactly.
and then c3. So I go back, you want to go b4, right?
Exactly, yeah. That's
But
the
is
setup.
it, what is it?
So no c5, it doesn't do
No.
anything.
I
Bishop
go
b5,
king
so
c5,
we go
c3,
c3.
then king d6 back,
Yeah, we were looking at this.
b4.
Takes d4.
d4.
But the pawns after bishop c4, the king can't get in. So the pawns aren't really rolling.
So what about
d3,
d3?
a5. There's no way to do anything.
Rook. So e2. Threatening rook b4. At least I have some
Spotted
threat.
that.
Some threat. King d5. Let's go for it. King d4.
Early c5.
c5. b5. c4. Pawn race. Do you have the self-confidence that you're first?
I can barely count.
Yeah, it's funny. Quite funny, I must say. Position. No.
Yep.
It's never over. B2. Yeah, B8 you go. If you're
That's
very
the
mean.
safe
But
move.
let's see. But let's see what
Let's take.
happens. Takes B2. And after queen d8 or queen h8, king e3. So I wouldn't mind that you have one more queen. After all,
nice
it's
to have
not
that.
my game, yeah? That's the only reason I don't mind. Okay, so it's gone. Over. But yeah, if we go back a little bit, but this can happen. Okay, let's say king c5, c3, king d6, b4, takes d4. So what about instead of d4, if black goes back with the king somewhere, let's say, well, what is it? E7.
How's this race?
C5, C4. I don't like your pawns there. You're so fast. King D6. Oh. Okay, so go back. I go King D7. Okay, I go King D7. So now I will get it right. C5.
Try again.
Yeah, C5, B5, C4.
Now you're in time, yeah?
And
King
now I'm
C6.
in time, and look at your bishop on F1. Of course, you will come out with bishop E2, and but you never know.
How's this?
King C7. Okay. A8. King B7, no other choice.
Now my bishop better hurry up.
Rook C8. Actually, I did, sorry. I go Rook C8 immediately, then you played A7.
You keep taking tempi away from me.
Yeah, well.
Now you're in time, huh? It's like it.
Well, I don't know,
We
bishop
found a line.
A6.
Not directly. One.
Bishop A6 and B7, right? Somehow it seems like
These
it's
pawns
never
are
worked.
just trouble, yeah.
This is the passed pawn, connected passed pawn lesson. This is, I guess, in this game we can exercise how powerful the pawns are, especially when they work together in pairs. So let's go back. I don't want to see this with black. No,
Let's
no.
see the current position. Rook B8 is on the board, and yeah, this was the one where C3 is wrong because of C5. So we thought some waiting move, probably bishop F1. And of course, Ding, if he wants to be safe, he doesn't have to play C5. He can just play whatever he wants, like Rook B6. And I don't think White can do anything. But then it's hard for Black to make progress too. So they could just wait. If C5 happens, then the bishop comes here. So Black probably just moves back and forth.
Yeah, because actually Black should be careful because once he's going to go C5, D4 kind of things, then things can go wrong as well.
And we have news. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the 2022 Candidates Tournament after drawing his game against Richard Rapport. Congratulations to Jan. That was a crushing performance. Just dominated this field. Back-to-back victories in the candidates. Very, very impressive stuff.
Absolutely, congratulations for Nepo, for not only for this tournament. I think it's so exceptional that someone wins 2 candidates in a row convincingly. Obviously, he had games where it could work out differently, the result, but he was there, he was fighting, he was reacting all the way on critical moments with very energetically, he was fighting, right? I mean, all these critical moments. Of course, I was also wondering that in this tournament, he finished, well, not finished, but after 13 rounds, he has 9 points, right? If we would look at the same exact games, and the same games would be played against Magnus,
who knows?
Probably it would be very different, right?
Of course,
but this
Magnus
is
not here.
Yeah, and this is the different. Like in some games, if your opponent is worse a little bit or makes worse decisions, or you play someone who makes better decisions, it can really go on 2 very different ways. And this is what we've seen in the World Championship match,
also
right? He played extremely well first 5 rounds, first 5 games, but in the 6th round, things went wrong. And then it was very wrong. So small things, but it can be big differences.
He managed to not lose any games. We've seen everybody else struggling left and right while Jan was always there.
But
and that might have been key as well.
But I think it's also his strategy that to focus so much that definitely not to lose again, because he's famous for that, right? That if he's losing a game, maybe he can go off the right road. So he's so focused. That is what impressed me very much, that when I see him giving interviews, coming to the game, finishing the game, he's extremely focused, really extremely focused, giving interviews, very solid, short answers after the game with full respect, obviously discussing the game with the opponent. After that leaves and probably goes to his team and focuses towards, so being a very professional attitude.
Now he can take off his focus pants for a night because he won the tournament, enjoy himself a little bit. What a performance by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will be in the next World Championship match. We don't know against whom yet, but he'll be there for sure. Congratulations. Very, very impressive.
Yeah.
That leaves us with 2 games still running. And of course, the big debate, who will finish second? If we look at the standings, we see Jan can no longer be caught. Rajabov versus Rajabov versus Caruana was a draw. So they both stuck on 50%. And that means Hikaru and Ding, who play each other in the last round, are currently the favorites for that second place spot. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think Hikaru has the better tiebreak in most of the scenarios. So we've already finished on equal points because there's no player for second place. And I think Hikaru is the favorite. But we're not there yet.
Well, it is great that there are a lot of excitement still to come. Well, Jan ruined the party a little bit, right? That we have a winner already after 13, and we had the feeling for the last few rounds already that he will not ruin this opportunity for himself. But still, as we know that second place can be just as important as the number one, it means that there's still a lot of excitement for the fans out there to really focus, look what's happening today in these games. Especially this game is incredible between Hikaru and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because after all, Nakamura has a pawn down.
Yeah, does he have enough to show for it? He just went knight to g4. It's a very weird structure with the white pawn being on h5. But it's hard to believe Duda can be worse with his massive pawns in the center.
At the same time, it's very hard to make a progress with black, but I would think, what about playing knight g5? Can he go back there? I don't know if the e5 can be captured and sacrificed anytime, or f4 white can be trying out, or maybe bishop c1. No, because after knight g5, I'm threatening to take maybe on h5. Not really, right? Because knight h6.
Yeah, it's a complicated position.
Okay, let's go one by one. So let's go, if I don't know, I don't go knight g5, I go knight g4 first. Let's see the take and knight g5. I don't believe in this because somehow f4 seems to be extremely powerful in this position. Takes, maybe just rook f4 and rook f1. This looks very dangerous for black, right?
King is feeling a little
Okay, so now g4,
shaky.
black will not go. But
Need to make a move. Make some neutral move.
what about queen c8?
C8.
Sorry, the idea is what I wanted. I want to take on g4 after all and go back knight f6. Afraid that white is going to be, once white can take actions, then it can be deadly dangerous for black.
Right, so let's try f4 either way.
Knight
Knight g3
g3,
is
you
a
don't
problem
care?
here. I don't see. So takes f4.
F4. Takes, rook takes, e5.
There's also knight e7 here. Bishop f6. Could think about.
That's a serious plan.
I don't know how good it is, but with the king so open, it's hard to
Also, you
believe
could
black
go
is
queen
in great
g4
shape.
first
Yeah.
instead of rook f4.
Also possible, yeah.
And queen f4, and black is falling apart in his king side. It can be extremely dangerous. I think white has great compensation.
It's an interesting position.
Though
Can I play
it's-
more actively? I need some counterplay. Let me go.
Okay, but b5. b5.
Not sure how much it does. It's still taken f4, but at least makes sense. All these stupid pieces.
Well, let's go anyway. Knight f6 and f4. Maybe you can go e4
Yeah, I was wondering.
at this point.
Like
e4,
about
white can
97.
just go knight e7.
Yeah.
Takes queen e7, bishop f6, or cb5 first. No, but white is better again.
Yeah. It ain't easy. So after f4 here, we don't have a move, yeah? ef, what's going on?
e6 is hanging on. That's gone. Queen e6, bishop f6, queen f7 mate.
Fe5 also looks very scary.
Well, definitely it's not tempting for black to go this way. Though
Okay,
it's not
so
over
it's-
yet. So what if they're, or it's over, takes bishop e5, right?
Be over, that's certainly dangerous. Yeah,
I mean, white is just doing fine. I mean, the g6 knight is dominating in the king's side, right? Knight g4, what can black do? Time management is kind of tricky, right? We are on move 28, 33 minutes for black. It is unexpected, this position, that after
Very
white
strange.
gave away his e4 pawn, white has still incredible bishop d8. So probably it's a way of protecting the e6 pawn and also to open the seventh rank for the queen.
Yeah, and he makes sure
It
this
looks
97 is never an issue.
Pretty
later.
smart, I must say. It's a very
Nice
multifunctional idea. And also after queen f7, bishop can show up on b6, which can be also unpleasant.
So white does the same, takes and f4. Take now.
Yeah, black can simply take. Though still after rook f4, white has great compensation probably.
Or at least we can block out the bishop if we need to. I'm not sure if directly. Looks like a better version than the others we saw.
Do we have something with white instead of capturing on e6 on f6? Though black wants to go knight g4, I guess now that the e6 pawn is not under
also,
attack anymore.
I can't go f4 yet because of knight g3, so I don't know what else he could do.
Somehow it feels like somehow to sacrifice knight g4 to e5. Takes bishop e5, but I think after knight f7, bishop f6, knight e5 is not enough.
Not enough pieces.
No, black is just consolidating himself.
Speaking of consolidating, what happened here? He went rook b1, rook b8, and he went for c3.
He did not
He's
wait.
inviting.
Because I think
C5,
Alireza
D4.
wants to win this game. Sure, it's so realistic, but d4. No, I
This is
don't
a different
understand.
story. No, there's
I don't
no pawns
understand
running
what
here
was
for white on the king on the queen side. What's he doing?
What is he doing?
He's on tilt.
Well, okay, it's not so easy to progress if I just go bishops c4. Where do you go with your
Try.
pawns? You go d3, rook d1, and I can hardly imagine you will ever move your pawn from e4. Or will you? Maybe you can.
Not
You
sure.
can go d3, rook d1, just rook e8, yeah? And after g6, bishop f6.
Yeah. Not next move, king somewhere, and e3 is a big threat. Or e3 directly. No, king first. This could go wrong. Maybe it already went wrong.
It is quite a dangerous choice what Alireza did.
c3 is really provocative. Also, Ding is playing for a win. He could play king c5 if he wants to make a draw. He could just do this and sit. But
Yeah, it's not
He
clear
rightly
to me
pushes.
who is pushing it, black or white.
maybe black
both-
is rightly pushing
maybe
it and
bo-
white
both
is
things.
wrongly pushing it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a nice description of it.
And there
We have
see
moved with
Alireza.
Nakamura.
Yeah, he took on f6.
Yeah,
We play f4.
so we have only 2 games running, right?
That's correct.
It's a very tough tournament for the players. 13 round. They are here already for more than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And some are fulfilling their dreams and very few. And some others, they will go back with broken heart for this candidates at least.
But if we do winners and losers of these candidates, as of today, clearly Nepomniachtchi is the winner and a winner. Other than that, I'm not sure. Maybe you can count Hikaru, but a lot depends on the final 2 games. And Rajabov, maybe to some extent, especially after he made that comeback. Everybody else will be unhappy, no?
Well, that's a good question. Who is going to be? Well, Alireza, we don't have to discuss. Obviously, Jan Duda is also cannot be too happy with his result, though I don't think he came here that he's going to be the one to win.
Well,
I think he's more realistic than that, but he wanted to perform, give a better play, I think, and I think he can. The Rapport, of course, I mean, he puts so much energy in different kind of games that Well, he would want it to finish, I think, in the
He'll be
first
happy
half.
when it's over, but
Yeah, but still he would want to finish in the first half. Well, Dingleren, of course, when he won 3 in a row, he probably thought already, might think again, dreaming about being on the top. Well, Nakamura is tricky because somehow he says always that, well, he's playing what he can. He's doing his recaps every day. I think he played in a tournament or online tournament, right? During the tournament as well.
I wasn't hyperbole.
And well, yeah, but it was on the 3 days.
Yeah.
So, but I think he's somehow his mindset is balanced.
He seems in a good place generally.
He definitely wants to qualify, but he's more realistic than that to win the event because there are others who are much more professional at these times, right? At the same time, he's extremely good in mindset from practical point of view, I think. He's a real competitor. He goes for the sport element. He's very practical sometimes. He can focus incredibly. And he knows what kind of realistic chances he has. And he knows it, that if in the last 2 games he plays well, and even with a little luck, he can be there.
He can get a match, and the match against Nepomniachtchi. Okay.
Well,
who knows what happens? No,
well,
like it's.
I mean, of course, nobody knows whether second place what brings, right?
Saying hypothetically.
But still, you can toy with an idea. It's kind of quite something even to think about it, right? That, oh my God, I mean, well, whatever happens, but I mean, playing the World Championship match after all,
would be fun for.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think about the result of the World Championship match, but the fact that you can be participating in the World Championship match, it's fun to think about it, I think. And
No,
I
just
think,
as a storyline for the next 2 seasons of chess, like we could have the Nepomniachtchi Nakamura World Championship match. Nakamura wins, Carlsen wins the candidates, and then we get the big Carlsen Nakamura showdown. Carlsen challenges world champion Nakamura in 2026. What's not to like?
well, definitely some interesting things are happening with chess world.
Yeah.
Definitely on the board, off the board. So it's Rook D2. So he just goes position. I like Rook D2 very much. Rook D1, next move. Just putting pressure. Because how will Black somehow get out
Also
of this
stopping
position?
B5. Feel like there's no longer B5.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
still not that it was winning, but now it's off the table. So what can Black do? Queen f7, then Rook D1. Yeah?
So I was not here in the predictions. What were your predictions, or you didn't do with Anish?
We did a quick round. I'm not sure we got everything. Nepomniachtchi draw, we managed
You
to
got
predict.
that, yeah, and you both thought it's going to be a draw.
We both thought
Ah,
that
you
was likely.
guys don't
We're
take
big
risks.
experts.
Nah.
Hikaru, I predicted 1-0, like just for entertainment reasons. And it could very much happen. Ali Reza, I think I had a draw.
So you still keep it that Nakamura will win?
I'm not sure if he's better, but I think it's still a tense position.
Yeah, I also believe that it's more. If I have to pick someone to win this game, it would be Nakamura. Let's put it that way. But so what about playing Queen f7?
Yep.
And after Rook d1, Bishop c7.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to.
Though, you know what after Queen f7? c5.
Huh?
c5 and Rook d6, and things may fall apart, kind of, maybe not.
Not falling, but certainly not improving.
Though I
pawn
don't know
structure.
if it helped white or black, because you can go e4 after that. Unless, yeah, knight e5 is not much, right? Because rook e5. You
Queen
just simply
h5,
go
right?
queen h5 immediately.
Yeah, maybe we helped Black accidentally.
Okay, so maybe c5 was over optimistic by
It's
me.
nice, nice resource though. Maybe next move. Oh no, then it's cost too much material.
Okay, so that could be kept in mind. So rook d1, bishop c7,
He played something else. He went
knight
knight to
d7.
d7.
Wow. Unexpected to me.
F4, he wants to take and bishop f6. Yeah? take an e5.
Well, well, well. But the d6 can be a weakness also. I mean, if white just goes rook d1, doubling the rook now.
Make an active move for a change.
You want to go knight f6 or something. It's okay,
Just
bishop
came from
g5. Yeah. Bishop g, no, bishop f6, I thought, sorry. But, okay, bishop g5, rook d3.
Yeah, rook f1 is on the board. Bishop g5 is also ever so slightly raising his eyebrows.
So after rook d3, he wants to go back, maybe knight f6, and activated his bishop. Also, bishop a3 can be showing up, and it's a trouble for black immediately. So knight f6 is not possible.
What do you do?
Well,
maybe no
rook
b5.
d3.
No or never.
Oh, okay, that's logical.
d3 is on the board.
b5. e5, maybe bishop a3, b4 then.
Yeah.
On
Not
the
sure how
board?
much that
Not
helps,
yet.
but at least it's Paris in threat.
Well, we can't say it's not exciting.
No, there's Duda. He looks so tired, but he's also concentrated with his last energy trying to calculate.
But I feel that Hikaru is kind of keeping things under control, though I have no idea what he's planning after b5. No idea at all. You know what he can do on b5? Well, first of all, BC, not necessarily a big deal, right?
I don't know. He's a pawn down already. Like, this could also go very badly. What a big game for the tournament. If Hikaru loses this one, he's more or less out of contention for second place. He would fall behind.
Well,
Be shared with Fabi and Rajabov, while probably falling behind Ding.
b5 is on the board.
Here we go.
Do you think Hikaru blundered this?
I don't think he blundered b5, but he had no choice already, no?
Okay, but when he
You mean
played
when he
rook
plays rook
fd1,
fd1?
right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy to do anything against it, right? You're not going to do a4 or some crazy stuff like that.
Can you do? Maybe he has to go bishop a3 to provoke b4 and then go back.
And what about bishop a3, b4, going back bishop c1?
Well, I wasn't sure
Does
if I
it make
wanted
sense?
that.
No, because takes in d5.
Just knight f6 even, I'm not sure. It helps.
Few moves before,
Hikaru looks at
I was
b5,
more,
not impressed.
maybe he blundered this idea.
Could be. And also earlier, he had a good position, but
Again, he's
I
looking
still have a
out.
feeling that this might have been missed.
Well, actually, if he missed this, which is good chance, that's also not a good sign. I think he missed it. Looking at his face expression, of course, with Hikaru is spoiling the audience with his face expression. Sometimes it's easy to say what he thinks, and sometimes it's not so easy, but I have a feeling that he's...
It's not like he was expecting this and is ready to play his next move.
And maybe when he left the board, that's the reason he left the board, because he noticed it and he couldn't stand it. He wanted to blame himself outside, away from the board.
Also, often when you know your opponent has a strong move and you don't exactly have a poker face, sometimes it's good to get up and not show that you aren't thrilled.
Though the players, as they play against each other for years and decades, of course, when I was playing also with the top players or whoever, when you play from time to time, 5 games, 10 games, 20 games, 40 games. And of course, some of the players, they have played a lot against each other. I think Fabi against Nakamura, like over 30 games, and some others as well. Then already many times, you know your opponent, you understand his personality, also the feedback, you know that when you played this game, he was reacting this way, that. So actually, of course, they understand each other's poker face or expression much more than we do from the audience. If you say, well, you see that Hikaru Nakamura is just thinking. But I have not a very good feeling about him now after seeing this b5. And the more he's going to look at it, maybe look, now he's...
Yeah, he doesn't look thrilled. 35 minutes left. This is a big one. Let's have a look at how Ding is doing, where Alireza went to c3 for really no particular reason other than provoke Ding into action. He could have just waited and after king c5 played c3. But after c3, Ding said, thank you, I will now push my pawn. c5, bishop b5, d4. And what's going on, Alireza? Did you...
What was your intention?
Your luck a little here? Yeah.
But you can we can feel it, I think, in this candidates tournament on his play that he's testing kind of, no? He's experimenting. I mean, looking back probably in 2-3 years' time to this tournament, I have the feeling he was still a kid.
Yeah, of course. Is it 2793 rated kid? But yeah, here it hasn't gone well for him in the c3. It's really just asking for trouble, as was frankly.
Yeah, but for example, these are typical positions, I think, where you need experience to make your decision, whether you want to, you believe in it that you can turn things around, or you can squeeze some advantage or win in this position, or you have the experience that you've been in some similar positions and you know that it's just, okay, I just don't want to waste time. It's not going to be, it's at least as dangerous to lose the game than to win the game.
Okay.
Because I somehow feel that he does not have this experience, that he wants to try it out because he's not sure. He doesn't believe it. I want to try it, c3. What is this?
You play rook d1. He's such an amazing calculator. This is bad for black. Bad for white. He could probably calculate his way there. d3 blitzed out. Ding doesn't have a big choice.
And how many times we've seen something like this, that someone got a chance. I mean, Ding got this kind of chance against Fabiano, right? Fabiano was pressing him, then he ruined it. And then in a second, he was worse and lost the game. So you need luck and some help in some cases from your opponent.
Look what he does. He just takes it. Doesn't want to wait around for black preparing e3. Could have happened quite quickly. Now he does have 3 pawns, but is this enough?
But
king goes somewhere.
No, but hold on. My question is that, do you believe, I mean, Alireza believes that he can win this with white?
No, I think he's trying to not lose by force.
But then why did he make this decision?
He blundered something. He played c3 impulsively, then realized what he had done. Maybe he calculated till here and missed that black can just...
Or what can happen, which happens with some players time to time, that, well, very, very rarely, but it happens that you play your second thought. And maybe you play a move and then he thought king to c5, I go c3. But here I also don't think this was the case.
No, this sometimes happens, but maybe. I think I had it 2-3 times in my career that you make the second move before the first, but yeah, it's rare.
But now it's an interesting position. What is this? c4 is a must?
Yes, pawn is to be kept. I don't know, you could give a check first, but then. This is not.
But maybe it cannot be anything bad for black, you know?
No, I think if anybody's better, it has to be black.
But how can you be better, really? First of all, without rooks, nothing. No way. There is a way, because you
No
can
way.
go with h5, king h5, bishop e1, king h4,
Yeah.
sorry. No. Then you have a way. I wouldn't allow
Rook
rook
d5,
d8, rook
rook
d3. Okay. What an unnecessary risk.
Yeah, but also the whole game has been.
What about rook e3 check and rook e5?
Sure, where we go here.
Yeah, rook e5,
Takes.
rook f5.
This doesn't look so clear all of a sudden. This guy. It's worrying. Huh. So let's think here. Maybe this side.
c4.
He went king e6 already. Okay, king e6, c4 on the board. Wondering if we can bring the bishop, but it doesn't really have anywhere to go. I'm not sure I want it
Well,
here. Here it's
for
also
now,
hanging.
for sure not.
Okay, so
Rook b7, rook e3, king
check.
d6,
here.
or rook d3 check again, you know? Why not rook d3 check again, and when you go king c6, then rook d5.
Mhm.
Rook b3, rook f5.
Yeah. So what is this? We take some pawn, rook c3.
Rook f6 and rook h6. Somehow we always end
This
up
could
with some
end up-
passed pawns, right?
Yeah. End up being bad news for black, yeah?
I don't know,
Try.
but it's kind of can be dangerous. Yeah, maybe king f1 to start with, right? Bishop d2, g6,
So this takes.
rook h. It's winning
Here
for
we-
black.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe not king f1. It's going to.
Yeah, maybe. Though black can win upon rook g3, rook g4, king f1, bishop c3, king f2. No, now white can be better.
Yeah, this is not one-way traffic. And Ding probably rightly brings his king.
He
Keep
went
an eye on these guys.
f7. Interesting way of doing it.
So if you want to go, go. But my king.
At the
you
same
ready?
time, don't forget that what does black? What does black want? Yeah, I mean those checks. So let's say rook d5. No, I go rook d5. I take all kind of pawns. What is this king f7? Rook f5, rook c5.
What's this position? We're running a bit short on pawns.
I don't understand.
Check.
King h2. Yeah, but black is not playing for a win.
No, but not for a lossy day. It's just.
Yeah, okay, I understand, but still.
Equal.
But why black played king f7?
Maybe he didn't see anything better. Maybe there's nothing there.
He's asking Ali Reza if you're playing for some. No, I don't understand. Sorry.
Okay, it's understandable. He didn't like these lines we were looking at. He's with the king here.
But why? We played rook b7. Maybe actually why just put play?
The check he could still go king f7 if he wants to. Maybe it doesn't change anything.
Actually, black is also playing for a draw.
They're both playing for a draw after all, or both for a win.
Well, king f7 shows that black definitely plays for a draw. I mean, why
Let's
just
ask Oracle? Yes.
of course 0 0 0.
Still 0-0. Yeah, just playing moves.
So what's going on with Hikaru went bishop a3? He did not found anything better than that.
Yeah.
So after b4, what do you think? He wants to go back to b2 or wants to go to c1?
I think he wants to go back to b2. Also think he's in trouble.
After bishop b2, what do you do?
So the computer gave a4. Computer loves putting his pawn here as usual, which is understandable.
Queen c2.
No, a3.
I had my plans. This is what I was provoking you. Bishop e5. Let's see.
Oh, that's a trick.
Go, go, go. You play. You touched it. Yeah. Let's see it.
I have a feeling this queen c2 move. What is it about?
But let's
always
show.
happy
Let's
to
show.
walk into
Let's show what. I'm not sure it works. That's the only thing that I wanted. Takes rook d7. Queen goes away and queen g6. But I'm not sure it works. Queen c8. Queen g6, bishop f6, and it's nothing, right? Rook f7. Rook f8. Rook f7.
Yeah.
Okay, so even this is not good.
Just really tough position. Now he no longer has so much activity.
Well, okay, this is a completely different story, right? A few moves ago, black pawn was on a5 and b7. And now suddenly, they are both incredibly active. And what about b4, bishop c1, after all? Takes. Well, I know you want to claim that you have a pawn up.
I already have.
D5, yeah. D5, rook D1.
Pawn up.
I know. And then you go knight f6 next, and you're winning.
Comfortable, at least. Yeah.
No, I think there was a blunder. There was several blunder in this game. Very white.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. Like, we didn't know who was better, but it looked like Hikaru had a nice position here. Here, instead of h4, he could have played quote unquote normal b3 with the bishop here. It seemed like it was better. h4 was drastic, of course. Here, this knight h4, I think he just missed. It's losing a pawn.
What can you do? Maybe it's already not easy. It's coming anyway.
Take it.
Ah, just take it, you mean? Yeah.
In h3, maybe. No, I'm not sure who's better, but after knight h4, knight h7, get to give this pawn. And it looks like Duda did some good stuff, consolidating. Now taking over. So that would mean if Hikaru were to lose this, which of course we're far from there, that Ding could be the big winner of this round with everybody else not really getting anywhere.
But there is a tie still, then, no? Between
Ding would be in
and
sole second if Hikaru lost. Currently they're all tied. But if Ding draws and Hikaru loses, he's there. That would mean that he would need a draw most likely tomorrow against Hikaru to finish second. He's white. So have to do all the tie-break math. Maybe Rajabov has a chance to finish out of Ding if he wins his game. Maybe Fabi still has a chance.
Who does Rajabov plays tomorrow?
Rajabov plays against Rapport with black. Fabi plays with white against Ali Reza. That would be also a fun story. Fabi scores half out of 4 in between, then wins his last game, and all of a sudden he's playing a world championship match. Could still be.
Yeah.
So that's this situation. We have some moves in Ali Reza versus Ding. Feels like they headed towards some sort of move repetition. No? Check.
Yeah.
Can't
this is
quite
how
go
it
here.
seems, going back and forth. So there is the third row draw is in there, and
here they are. Handshake.
Handshake.
So Ali Reza kept control after all the trash we talked about him. Taking excessive risks. Get a way out. Apologies. Draw there. That puts Ding on a very pedestrian +1, but possibly still in sole second place. I'm not a mathematician, but it's also not very likely, no, that with +1, you're second alone after 13 rounds.
Incredible.
I mean, Hikaru hasn't lost yet, but it could very much be the case. Very odd. There was this one, was it Linares, where Kasparov had +1,000 and everybody else had -1 or something, no? Like, I don't know which year
Well,
was 94.
I was playing when we were tying second and 6.
Yeah.
That was the
Did
year
everybody
when
have -1? And I think Kasparov won. No? Like it was
Kasparov
something
won, yeah. Yeah, something like that.
That's the only other case I could think of.
Linares 2001.
Do you like Linares?
Well, I played first time in Linares in 94 when I was 16, nearly 17. It's a very small place. Have you been there?
I've been there. Yeah, I quite like it. Good tapas.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Linares has its
You can have dinner
image.
by just ordering 2 Coke Zeros and eating all the tapas. Like, it's a great place.
Yeah, but somehow as chess players always like to walk around. It's not the best place to do that. And most of the time when I was playing in Linares, you always bumped into some other players because you have somehow very, very limited routes, which is okay to walk around. So after the game, of course, after dinner, everybody you meet, Vichy, Kasparov. So it was kind of funny, which you don't get in other cities as well. Like you go in Madrid or somewhere, even if you live in the same hotel, you usually don't start meeting people that often. But in Linares, you walk for half an hour and then you meet someone. That's very common. It was a very special atmosphere in Linares. I think it's also a little bit like Vaikanse, that it has its tradition. All those top players go back again and again. Everybody waits already. The players waiting the invitation, the place itself, they know that there is a big, huge event going on. But now Nakamura, I think he's not a happy man.
No, D5 play. Whoa.
Wow.
What's going on?
But what is this move?
Why? CD? What's... Doesn't make sense though. I think he wants Rook C2.
I don't. Is it happening that he played his second move?
Second move? You
Well,
think so? Before bishops, but even then it's not the second move, no? It's like the fifth.
No. I
Like
mean that he
before
wanted
bishop
to go
C1,
before
yeah.
first, bishop b2, d5.
No.
But this is. But what is this? CD5. What do you do?
No, I don't know. Pawn is hanging. Must be some.
I
obvious
don't
reason.
understand. What
Okay,
is
so rook
this?
c2. What do you do?
CD5, rook c2. I mean, I can go even queen e1.
Confusing why it
I mean,
opens
after rook
all of
c2,
white
even
pieces.
bishop d6 is a move, by the way. I mean, takes rook c2, queen e1 is a move.
What are
Let's
we
say queen
missing?
f3.
Yeah. This threat is deadly. e4 takes. What is he doing?
I'm shocked.
This is really on the board.
At
Maybe
first,
it's important
Nakamura's
malfunction.
reaction was that, what is this?
Did
I don't
he do
understand.
it?
Yeah, and now he starts looking at it that really, what is this?
What is it?
He also
I
doesn't
can't believe his
understand.
luck, yeah? Like, instead of crashing me, you're just ruining your position.
But he doesn't, okay, let's see, CD, rook c2.
Let's play queen f3.
Let's play queen
In the world.
f3. Yeah, let's see the basic thing. E4,
e4,
queen e4, knight
takes,
c5. No, but knight c5 is not, my bishop is on a3.
Yeah. Thought it was
What
on
are we
purpose.
talking
No,
about?
it's not great. Takes, whatever move, queen f, rook f3.
Even DE was a move instead of rook f3.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing looks remotely
again,
good.
Again.
What is this? ED rook d5.
Look, but look Nakamura's face. I mean, it's worse. Look.
What a present that would be, no? Like from an at least much worse position to get what looks like a winning position.
But are we somehow? I don't see anything. Okay, let's. No, I don't understand. What the heck is going on?
CD5.
What is going on here? It's the candidates tournament round 13. People are playing for second place. Nakamura is looking at him. It would be great to see Jan's
Let's see if
rook c2.
He doesn't shake his head. He just puts out rook c2. That's what he wanted. Why?
No, but he's going away like he doesn't want it.
Or feels like, okay, I've calculated everything. It's a rook c2 and leave. This is shocking.
So, okay, no, but this d5 pawn, I mean, you can't even just go b4 because de. After queen e3. Bishop d6, I think also possible, but.
Yeah. So this is the one.
Takes knight f6, but you can go queen e1 if you want.
Yeah.
Ed, sorry. Sorry.
Still not sure why it's so good, but at least black is not losing on the spot. Just as we were giving speeches about Ding being in sole second and all that.
So if after rook c2, queen e1, what do you do? b4?
So we go e4 maybe? I want the same.
So maybe you see, maybe we don't understand, but he understands it. E4 takes knight f6. But hold on.
Also, how good is this? Like somewhere.
Knight d5.
Knight d5.
Knight takes d5, or e takes d5. Both can be good.
It's tempting to take. It doesn't go
But
anywhere.
that's not working.
No, so we need to do better.
Let's go back. Can I go bishop? Maybe he's right. It's so hard to believe.
Just
I
kill
mean,
a pawn and
if
open
this
all
is
of white's
true,
pieces.
if this is true, Duda is genius. For sure. So what about bishop d6? Just check it for short. Then rook e2. Or not rook e2, or bishop queen b6. Maybe you can go queen b6. Okay. Ah. No. Bishop d6 takes rook e2, bishop c7.
Yes, you have to take.
Takes, knight f6, rook b5.
It is not worse, at least.
Yeah. Maybe bishop d6 he blundered. That is possible.
But also after queen f3, why isn't it worse? I don't understand
Okay, by
anything.
the way, what if I go d6, not bishop d6?
6 I don't like on general grounds. Not sure
That you
if
don't
they're
like that
gonna be
we
very
block it,
convincing.
yeah?
That we block our poor pieces.
Bishop d6
Hikaru
on
plays
the-
bishop
on the
d6,
board.
yeah. Not missing those shots. And happily gets up. You could see his body language turn greatly after d5. Can't
Yeah.
believe his luck.
Well, bishop d6 actually could be blundered. Well, if all the other option was not good for white.
Do that. So this is the playing hall. It's small. Yeah, it always looked big on camera, but it's
Yeah.
camera can
Yeah,
deceive.
unfortunately, practically no audience can be there. Only in the very beginning, there are people coming, VIPs, and then they make the first move. And then after, what you see? You see
He's not happy yet.
I think he blundered this.
He's
He
looked unhappy
blundered
and
that.
sad for days now.
He blundered that.
Yeah, he missed that one.
There are heavy
Hiding his
blunders
face.
going on by now.
Shaking his head. He's tired. Duda's tired. Okay.
Okay, so now we don't have to discuss it anymore, whether it's a blunder or not. It's all written on his face.
Yeah.
Has to go home. He doesn't want to be here maybe
You
anymore.
feel bad for him every day. Like, win or lose, but he just looks so tired. He's shaking his head. He's such a fantastic player.
And he has a
Shouldn't
great
forget,
future.
yeah.
He has a great future, I
Even
think, from
great.
many aspects. But okay, candidates tournament is not it's not a holiday. Let's put it that way.
No, but he won the World Cup, no, which is also
Yeah.
not a holiday.
No.
He beat
No, but
Magnus and
there,
Kayaki in the
yeah,
finals and so
of
on. But
course.
there, yes, here it's a different story. And it's not only him, yeah. Like we've seen everybody except for Nepomniachtchi had their moments of weakness.
Yes.
Yeah, like, but Duda the last few rounds. He hasn't been thrilled. Still, how bad is his position?
Yeah, this is the
Let's-
question. We talked about it, that
Actually
it's
fine.
about equal,
Yeah.
but let's see whether is it really equal or anybody has something to play for. So after bishop d6, should black go
Just switched on the computer for a second because I was curious about this.
0, 0, 0,
I
0?
know, but here black is winning actually. ED5. This is what he wanted.
This is what we
This
were,
is what he was dreaming. of.
yeah, we had this.
Yeah.
And after knight f6, there is nothing else?
No, there is, but
d6 only move.
here white is already fighting for draws. So this at least one could understand. He
Okay.
calculated something.
No, he blundered bishop d6, that's all.
Blundered this. ED, but it's transposition. Yeah. So
But
here.
yeah, rook d5.
No, it's like we said. Yeah, I mean, no, it's
Isn't
It's
it
no
rook
longer
e5?
magic.
Isn't rook e5 better?
take all of them.
Okay, but white is playing for something, yeah? Maybe rook
Yeah,
b5 is
more or
better
less,
after
yeah.
all, because you take a knight h5. Throwish.
Rook b5, knight h5. This looks better for white, no? It's pawn up.
Well, this is quite painful with black. You just had a pawn up,
Yeah,
huge advantage. Can you go
Need
back?
some
What does
miracle
the
here.
computer says after, instead of d5? What was it? Is it -2 or minus?
Let's see. Before, yeah, minus
1.5.
150. Yeah, fair enough. That's
Well, okay.
still pretty significant. Could consider decisive normally at this level.
Oh, poor Duda.
Now he's fighting for a draw. And
Though I
also
must
fighting
say-
against himself and his self-loathing that he will feel now.
Though I must say that it's, of course, this would be impossible in round one.
Yeah.
So the players are getting tired and they have all those games behind them.
Also, he only has one move, no? Or maybe transposes, but he has to go rook e2, but he's thinking, which is not a great sign.
Yeah, but right now I think he's just digesting the situation,
Yeah.
what he has done. Ago. And this is why you saw when he played d5, he jumped up and he ran out.
But it's such an insane decision, no? Even if this line was good.
Yeah,
Like CD, rook
it looks so
C2.
unbelievable, no?
Looks so strange. Okay, maybe it just hinges on the one move. Yeah, like computer says everything else kind of makes sense. But
Okay,
even
but
here,
actually
this was
this
still
is
equal.
also,
Yeah, well,
exactly.
the other line he's almost
Yeah.
winning, so it doesn't make sense on any front.
No. No, but it happens also sometimes that you simply misjudge the position.
Of course.
That you lose your senses.
No, especially the
Already.
tournament hasn't been going well, and we talked
Look,
about
he's
a
still
bit
trying to
punch-drunk.
recover.
Yeah, he's still shaking his head, which is never good. Nothing there.
No, but actually, this is not good, right? Even if he blundered, and it is clear that he blundered, but he should learn that you shouldn't be doing that, right?
No, especially here, he has like 10 minutes to make move 40. He can only give himself 2-3 minutes for self-loading, and then he has to start calculating.
can-
Because it's still an equal position, no?
But okay, he cannot afford himself
Exactly.
blaming himself during the game, right?
It's like I always say, self-hatred is for after the
Don't
game.
blame yourself. Focus. Start calculate. This is what you have on the board. No way back.
Another thing, sometimes I think it's a bit unfair, although I guess the players are used to it. It's when you're sitting there, you're not conscious of what you do. No, if you're
Yeah.
shaking your head, the way you look, or what do you do with your hands. Now we always have a camera on everybody's face, talking about their every little move. It's a bit rough.
And when I was playing in tournaments, of course, in those days, we didn't have,
No,
when I
exactly.
was teenager, there was no camera around practically. So you could make faces and you could do your frustration at the board. But now the whole world sees that it is, yes, if anybody had some doubt that I did a blunder, no, I didn't. I'm suffering now. And I can't believe I made this move d5.
He still is, yeah, he's laughing at himself. And the usual self-dialogue, yeah, what an idiot I am, I could have played before, how can I miss bishop d6?
Yeah,
wouldn't have
why
missed
did
this
I,
in the
why
blitz
didn't,
game.
why didn't I just go
Why do
b4?
this?
That's what I wanted to play instantly. And then whatever, I have a pawn up, much better position.
He plays
But
rook e2.
why did I
Still
wanted to
shaking
do
his head.
even better? But even now, you see.
He has to pick
b4.
himself up because the position according to a computer is still
It's
close
not
to
that
equal.
awful.
But the way things are going now, Hikaru will take all the pawns and it's going to be very, very tough for Duda.
Well, and Nakamura came back to business. So he's again fighting for second place.
Very
right?
much so. Yeah, yeah. I was giving my speech about Ding being in Seoul second and boom, d5. Now we can talk about Nakamura maybe. It's in Seoul second if he wins this one, which would also be fun in a way because then Ding would have to beat him tomorrow with white in order to claim second place. Here we are. It's move 36. Time control is at move 40 where the players get some extra time. And Duda has to make it there in one piece. The good news for him is the moves aren't tough. ED you have to play. Knight f6 you also have to play.
Yes, but don't forget it, that once you play a move like this, such a blunder as d5, because this d5, I think intuitively you could think about it that it's extremely dangerous decision, even if you calculate everything, right? If you know yourself that you're not in the best form of your life, go with the simpler and safer advantage.
It's not like you don't have an alternative. Yeah? B4. and
Exactly.
block this bishop,
It's not
be a
that
pawn
you
up.
say, okay, I either go and then draw immediately, or I go for something sharp. So, I mean, it's very hard to come back psychologically, but he should be okay with it.
So, pull himself together. Let's see. ED5 has moved 36. Rook D5. Knight F6 is 37.
Yeah.
Rook B5. Knight H5 is 38. Rook A5. And
Is it
here there
rook
are some
A5?
tough
Hold
decisions to make.
on. Can we do something better than rook A5? Can't I go?
Greediest move. Can take here as well.
But maybe with the bishop, not with the rook.
Wasn't I attacking the rook? E5, knight H5, and bishop takes. Yeah.
Sorry, by the way, is it possible to go rook D8? Does it make any sense instead of rook B5?
Just don't respect pawns, do you?
It's pawn equality now.
Yeah, but we could take some.
But I'm still dreaming to have some action there near to your king. If you go, let's say rook A2, I want to go bishop E5. Rook D8 takes king F7, and I'm not happy anymore.
Take it out too.
F4, F5. F4, knight H5, F ups. My rook is hanging.
Oh, that's bad luck.
Otherwise, F5 would be not bad. Playing for a mate. Okay, so this we cannot go.
And he played knight C5.
He went knight C5.
Hang on,
What's that?
that's deviating from our computer line, and also a strange square for the knight, no?
Knight C5.
So rook F3 wants E4, or what is it?
But why not rook C3 immediately?
Knight E4, so.
And? Okay. It's C5.
D6, by the way, he goes back. Oh, the bishop's covers. There comes Hikaru.
Knight C5. Get some bites.
Chewing.
Recharging.
What to chew on in this?
Five. So rook C3, knight E4, rook F3.
Yeah, rook F3 first. E4, rook C3.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see rook F3. That's good.
There she's in. Oof, this is a dangerous moment for Mr.
He again
Duda.
went to a dangerous way.
Let's move 36, knight C5. Hikaru still has like 18 minutes. Can calculate a bit here. Looks happy. Probably was not thrilled before D5 happened, but now so much back in business.
Okay, well, so rook F3, what should black be doing? If E4, then rook C3, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't make much sense. But what does black want after rook F3?
ED, rook D5 is also
ED5,
bad
rook
news.
D5.
D2. D6 or not? I'm not sure about D6. See, knight D7. Yeah, D6 is stupid.
Okay, rook A2. Bishop a5 is not possible. Yeah? It's not leading anywhere. Maybe I wondered something.
E5, what's this position? ED rook d5 looks nice.
Well, the knight is away from the king. This can be
Yeah, the
dangerous.
square feels wrong, doesn't it? Okay, and whoa, he's played d6. I saw d6 happening. D6 on the board. The knight goes back, and he wants to take. So the question is, can black take? Blitz is out 97 now, he's on tilt as well. Like I can see the engine jumping up and down here. 97, now he can take the pawn.
And the b4. Right, just takes and b4?
Yeah, or bishop.
Or bishop, yeah, the c.
Oh, Duda collapsed here. His position still wasn't bad, but you could see from his body language, his mindset.
After d6, what could be done?
Could take. Don't ask me why. But this.
Well, the thing is that after
Just
d7, you
fine
can
for
move
black.
away.
It's not hard to believe, no? If we don't get mated directly, we'll be fine.
Oh, it's just very normal.
Yeah. Standard stuff. Let's start 97.
Yeah, okay, but psychologically, it's understandable that you
Of
don't
course,
want
yeah.
to see the
You
pawn on
want to show it and
d7,
miss
right?
d6 and
Yeah,
like, I'll go
yeah,
back.
yeah.
I was
I mean, it's
provoking you,
like,
but
yeah, I don't want to provoke you anymore. I go back. I want to cover myself.
no, but now apparently it's just lost. It just takes.
But this is also kind of the experience and tiredness, because guys like Anand, for example, they learned it. I mean, their later career, it was very clear that make a mistake, you're very angry at yourself, you curse yourself, you don't show it really, and then somehow you pull yourself together and you make a draw. You don't let it go, such a half a point, you don't let it go. Because basically he was just 4 moves before. He had, well, I would say the old-fashioned minus plus under each other, but sorry.
150.
Okay, 150, I know. I shouldn't speak that language, but clearly safe, long run. It just, I mean, just a pawn up and slowly. But d5 showed the patience also. Okay, finally b5 works, and then okay, let's make it as quick as possible.
Yeah, then when the unexpected bishop d6 hit, you could see he collapsed
Yeah.
immediately, or like his body language collapsed. Takes, knight c5, apparently wrong, d6 and knight d7. Very wrong, according to the computer.
Okay, so bishop takes a5 is a must, I think, because you have to get away from your bishop to make space for your rook on the c5, right?
And you also kill this counterplay with rook a2, a4, so it's feeding 2 birds with 1 stone.
But you can see that he can't look, yeah, okay.
Really?
Now I can do it. Now I have my chance.
Maybe he also has alternatives here, like a4, maybe.
Yeah, but I think the important thing is that you really make space for your rook, right, on the c5, because if you go a4, maybe black can take and rook a8. Well, then rook a1.
Still not fun, but
well, it's by far from fun. This is not the bishop a5 is on the board.
He's also very good at such positions. Right.
Move 38.
Getting there. Rook a2 will be played.
What an unexpected opportunity for Nakamura. I mean, look at this. This is move 38. 5 moves ago, we thought it's over. It's only Duda can win. Huge advantage for black. Nobody would ever think that d5 will be standing on the board. And 2 moves
short
later,
move.
it was a draw, and 4 moves later, practically,
Yeah,
he's
not sure
losing,
how
right?
bad, but he's much worse. Went
Bishop
from
B4.
minus 150 to plus 170.
Computer gives like almost 2.
190, it's correct. It's
Oh.
growing. Okay, 2 moves to go till the time control.
Well, he has only 5 minutes left, and a complete disaster on the board.
Yeah, you can see on his face like he's in a different place. Like
But this game, he could draw easily after the shock as well.
yeah.
But this, I don't know. I don't give much hope for Dudas
No,
to save the game.
it's also the way it looks, but also now the position is probably just rook c3, rook c7, and why shouldn't it collapse now? There will be all kinds of threats. Takes 95, 97. Keep.
Well, basically, the d7 knight can never move already. And rook.
Here you can hope for bishop d. Still bad, apparently. It might be some hope.
But probably already at this point, knight e7 first. Of course, it's not so easy to win if you don't have engine in your hand, right?
No, of course.
At your
Different if you can read the moves.
fingertips.
But it also looks lost.
But,
you know, like we
but it
can
looks
argue about
like,
moves, but
well, yeah, the thing is that black
could also
cannot
rook
go-
d8 is not a move you normally play. No.
But the problem is also that black cannot go rook c8 because of knight e7. That's a huge problem for black.
What's the move you would play? King f7, but then
Rook c3.
rook c3.
But basically, that's why it's awful, because black cannot do anything against rook, go to the sevens. Well, actually, you could go bishop d8, rook e1.
And Jan-Krzysztof has 330.
What a turning point in this game. d5, b5.
What percentage do you give for a Hikaru win right now of this game?
Thing is that the best saving move here. So what do you go on e4?
Rook c3.
Bishop d2?
d2, 7.
Simply that. And the g6 knight is deadly. Okay, bishop b4 and bishop c5. You rook c7 or rook e7.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
King h2.
7, it's too fast. Okay, requires some calculation, but looks promising.
Well, not much calculation needed here.
Fair enough.
25, still 2 moves he has to make, which
What
is
about
not
this?
rook c3, rook c7, knight e5, or it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work yet. Because
So rook a1.
no, knight e5 I don't do yet.
Okay. Not saying it's great, but trying to hang in there. He's played bishop d8. Another
Well,
ugly
he's
looking move.
preventing prophylactical against rook c7, right?
Sure. Rook e1. Does he want to give that format? Now bishop b6. What he wants. Does this work? 3. Or looking up in the sky.
So what is the best move? Rook c1 maybe and rook c7?
I like rook e1.
Or you just want to go the safe way?
I like pawns.
Well, of course, don't forget that it's not so easy to win this because also you have several ways to play. So rook e1, bishop b6.
Rook f3.
Bishop d4. And now rook c1.
Pawn's still an irritant.
A rook a1. Takes. King h7. How do you win after rook f8?
Guess I'll have to take it.
Takes. Knight d7.
More pawns.
Why are you hunting my pawn down?
I like pawns.
Well, no. It's not getting easier for black.
Hikaru taking a moment here, as he should, to consider his options, because, as he said, many tempting moves. Some nodding.
Yeah. Wondering, what is the best? What is the best? What
Shaking
is
his
he?
head. Oh, someone's making noises. He's upset.
Something happening in the
Someone's
room.
distracting him.
Can happen. Still
He's
looking at
having
it.
fun.
Something laughing at it. Pity we don't have cameras from the other side too. But something distracted him for a moment.
That's a good sign that he's laughing about it. No, he's already in a good mood. If you have a bad position, you know, you're just annoyed by it.
Something is happening behind the curtain.
Oh, Anish?
Some ghost.
Probably Anish. Magnus showed up.
And there we see the chief arbiter. Actually, I was always wondering what the arbiters are, how they are handling, especially those arbiters like Sorokina. Anastasia, also she's a woman grandmaster, so she knows, she understands the game, right? But of course, her job is to be the arbiter. So whenever anything happens in the playing hall or around the board or with the clock or whatever, to take actions. But of course, I'm sure she's, I mean, if you're a grandmaster, women grandmaster, still you are like following the game and you don't understand something. So probably she can also get involved emotionally, right? I mean, she can't, but she can.
Yeah.
Because the games can be long and so she can follow it closely.
She shouldn't make faces here when playing
Yeah.
next to strange movement.
And she cannot
C3
ask
play.
question after the game when she goes there to finish, make all the score she's done.
Why not before
Hey,
75?
hey, why did you
Yeah.
play d5?
Come on, Jan-Krzysztof. All right. C3 is on the board.
And Christoph Duda has 17 seconds, 15.
Bishop b6.
And bishop b6.
They made the time control.
Can white go rook c7?
Cheating here, but the answer is yes. This wins, or more or less wins. It's rook f2, king h2, rook f7.
97. Ah, no, no, no. No, 97 does not win.
This is the way this wins. The next. So Hikaru's winning, and he has time now. Those are two.
And he'll take his
perspectives.
time. He just finished move 40.
How do you
He sits
think
there.
Ding felt, by the way, when d5 hit the board? Justice for Ding.
This is an interesting situation that you fight, and there are some things you can change, you can influence, you can do. So the way you prepare for the game, the way you make your decisions, of course, it's all up to you. But there are some moments when it's not up to you. And of course, you cannot blame others because it's simply you who have to be playing better, right? But still, it's extremely painful.
That's why I
But-
say control what you can control, but it doesn't help in this moment. No, after t5 is saying, now what is he doing? b4 and he's winning. Like, no, this
Well-
happened. This cost me a point in the race.
I remember exactly so well when we were playing with my sisters and Ildiko modeled the second chess Olympiad for the ladies. My first two Olympiad I participated was the ladies. And the first time we won in 88, I was just 12 years old and the team average age was 16. Okay, so we won that. And 2 years later, we competed again. And when we played again, the Soviet team and the Hungarian team had exactly the same point. If I remember well, 33 points or 33 and a half, I don't remember exactly. And we finished there, the top tables. And then I remember it was in a sports stadium or something where we played. And I was sitting up somewhere in the middle, just watching and waiting with our captain. And we were waiting what was happening in the board number 37 or something between two pretty weak teams. Depending on their games was the decision whether we will have gold medal in our neck or silver. And that was the point when I said, you know what? It's great to sit here and wait for others to be decided our medal, the color of it. It's not so much fun. What's the point to be? And we made huge score in the Ladies Olympiad. And so the only
Did you
difference.
get the gold?
We got the gold.
Yeah.
We can't complain, but it was, I mean, for that 1 hour or something, I thought, okay, if we don't get the gold, then we go home and people will complain that why didn't we repeat it and get the gold? If we get the gold, then we are great, fantastic. And the Soviets will get the blame at home, right? But we made an incredible score because in those times we had 3 boards and we made more than 2.5 points that in average in 14 rounds. So basically the main difference was like who is crushing the other team better. And I just consider that there is no point to that. We are great, they are great. So I stepped out and I continued my journey in the open section. But when things are happening and you don't have control of it, then, but in that moment, from my side, I said, okay, if it's going to be silver, silver. I don't care from my conscience is okay. I said, okay. But of course, even though we would tie with the same points, the medal would be another color.
Sure.
So
you reached that control what you can control at age 14. Or how old were you?
I was 14 at the time. Yes. Yeah. But it was an interesting experience to live this at 14. That you say, well, you made a good result, you made the gold medal on your board, but who cares? How many Olympics did you play?
think 4 maybe? 4, 06, 08, and 12.
Do you like Olympiads?
I love them. I'm very
So
thrilled.
what is the best thing of the Chess Olympiad for you?
Of course. The honest answer is the Bermuda party.
I
but
knew it that you're going to
also,
tell me.
the meeting of the whole big chess family. Because you don't see all these people in one place ever, except for the Olympia. No, that's
Yeah.
really a special
Yeah.
atmosphere, like different from anything else. Okay, Hikaru is weighing his chances here. Looks like he should be winning, but he still has to calculate quite a bit here. King H2 or Rook C7 seem like good moves. And we'll go on a very little break and then be back with the finish here. If Nakamura wins this game, he's in sole second place. See you soon.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight of.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still watching the penultimate round of the Candidates Tournament 2022, which was won, that much we can already say, by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who drew his game today and can't be caught by anybody. So congratulations to Jan, who will be in the next World Championship match. And the question now is, who will finish second? Because that very much still gives chances to also be in that match. And we've had a bit of a roller coaster there. We thought Hikaru was in trouble, but now the tables have turned dramatically, and Hikaru is close to winning Judit. He played King H2 after the time control.
I like this move. It's a nice touch to the position, I think.
Yeah, his point is after Rook F2, he has this move, Rook to C7.
Well, obvious that White is looking for the opportunity, the first time how to put the Rook on C7, even if it's a sacrifice.
And if takes.
Rook F7, then Knight E7, I guess.
Construction just doesn't hold.
Or Bishop E7 takes. No, Black would go Rook Knight B6.
Still need some moves, yeah?
Yeah, Bishop C5, Knight C8, Rook D8, King F7, King G3. It's kind of a Zugzwang.
It's not pleasant.
Yeah.
Game over.
Well, exactly. So basically, the win for Nakamura in this game is about how to reach the Rook to the 7th rank. And he should be able to reach the 7th rank by sacrificing it or without sacrificing it, but reaching out the C7. And the G6 knight is also so strong, so powerful. I tell you that King H7, I'm worried about Black because I can visualize so well that the Rook on H8 will be one day.
It's also the wrong direction, or the king can no longer join the action. Maybe it had to be done.
So what happens if Rook C7 now?
Let's see.
Takes,
so he
takes.
Takes.
Knight F6? Or no,
F6
no,
or
Knight F6. Knight F6, Rook D8, Rook A8.
This is not collapsing yet, is it?
But what is it? Knight F8 check, King G8, Knight E6.
Here or after?
I thought after, but I think it should not. I think Black probably somehow saves it for now, yeah? King F7. Okay, so I did something wrong with White. So if takes, Knight F6, or Rook C7 not good.
Well, those curious, we can maybe go here.
What's the idea? Knight E5?
Could be.
Though after, yeah. But Rook C6 is not such an obvious move.
I know this is not computer generated. I'm just curious. But let's look at Rook C7 again.
Yeah, takes, Knight F6. Well, of course, if Black can take on H5, then that would be already good stuff for him.
We go Rook D8.
Rook A8. What about Bishop E7 first?
What about this? Now you have Knight D5.
Yeah.
This.
Ah, so simple you wanted to solve the issue.
But it doesn't work like that. Bishop E7.
Also Knight D5.
Takes. Okay, but this is not what we want here.
Okay, Knight B6. Well, this is exactly not what we want with White. We want something more. Here, something can go wrong, though it's very interesting because the king on H7 is trapped.
It's funny that nothing moves here, but I'm not sure if White has any threats either.
Well, I would just go King G3. If Rook F8, F3, King F2, I just sneak out somehow.
Still
a position which we wouldn't choose it to play it for Black.
And Hikaru is saying, you know
F3.
what? I like pawns. I'll go F3 and then decide what to do about all this.
Yes, because for the moment, Black cannot go Knight F6 because of D7. And if Rook D8, Bishop E7, and having the king on H7, now Rook D7, Knight F8.
Yeah. It's still a fairly desperate situation for poor Duda. F3 on the board. You can see. It's tough for him even to walk there and sit down. See, F3, he doesn't even give me that pawn. How do I save this? Shaking his head.
Yeah.
He's been on tilt ever since, probably for a while, but ever since D5 for sure.
Yeah, he couldn't get over it, practically. Since he played D5, he ran out of the playing hall.
And also his moves afterwards.
And he will be surprised, I think, how much he was not lost after D5 and this blunder.
Because here, after D5, he was still fine.
Yeah, I mean, this game will be a huge lesson for Duda.
And here as well, knight takes D3 and rook A2. Still just fine. This line. This line, I think you can go for. It's not that complicated for a player of his level.
This is round 13, and it shows.
Very much so.
It shows on the level of energy what is happening. Rook A7 going to defense completely on the 7th rank. So what's after rook A7?
What about my favorite, rook C6? Do you want to take?
Well, actually, after rook A7, also later White will be able to play G4 if he wants to defend the H5 pawn. But of course, that's not a priority right now. Rook C6, rook B7. Well, let's go to passivity. What can I say? And look at Hikaru's body language. Now he's again like there. Yeah, I'm winning. Right. How should I win? Rook C6, rook C1, G4. Basically, the rook C6 and rook C1 is the two sensible choice, right?
One looks very obvious. I'm also a bit curious if just putting the knight here makes any sense.
I wouldn't go. I would go rook C1 and rook C8, and I would try to give mate. Okay. So what do you bet? I say that he's going to go rook C1.
Thing against that, yeah, that's.
I think it's hard to argue with that move. Though rook C6 is tempting now too. But I would leave the knight on G6. Not. So if rook C1, what about knight F6? Because maybe I'm trying to ruin White's position. The H5 is hanging and knight D5 is in there. So I wanted to go rook C8, but maybe after rook C8 takes knight H5. But White is running knight F8 and knight D7. Yeah, I see you prefer D7 to knight D7, but neither of them are very bad. Ironic saying it. Yeah. So what does Nakamura does not like about rook DC1? But of course, we shouldn't forget that probably Nakamura can be a little bit nervous. I mean, 10 moves ago.
The game was also shaky from his part. No, he blundered the pawn, quote unquote, sacrificed the pawn early, and then he was lost. So it's not like this controlled effort. But now he must be so happy about dodging that bullet that I think will give him extra energy.
And okay, and he shouldn't be thinking about the second place. He has to keep the focus and keep himself focusing on the game, calculating how he wins. But if it gets into his brain, that wow, I'm going second place. And what happens if Magnus really doesn't want to play?
If he wins this, which is likely, then he needs to draw tomorrow against Ding.
With black, right?
With black, yeah. And I don't know the tie break exactly if Rajabov wins. I think Rajabov was the only one who can catch him.
Incredible. Rajabov was fighting all the way in the tournament, but he was never, in any moment, we were not considering him as a candidate for being second place.
He was never higher than 50%,
but he
it might
played
still
an
be
incredible game against Ding. That was a very, very convincing victory.
Tough day for Ding. So Hikaru, his hand kept going, I think, for the rook a couple times, but always went back.
But now it seems that he's not going to make move in the next minute.
Back to thinking. Deep thought.
So what does he want to go after rook c1, really?
You got rook c6 on the board.
Rook c6 on the board. He wants to
Also
tie
nice.
the black pieces up.
Yeah, rook b7 is so as well. Giving up
Well,
the
really,
a-file.
rook a7 is not a very good sign, let's face it. I
King
mean,
h7, rook a7. It's not the most
and
active move.
black not even having a pawn up.
He's worse even structurally.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, why did I think for some time that it is not, it was a pawn up for black and that way.
No, and these rook takes f2 lines. He was a pawn up
Yes.
for a moment, but
Yeah.
no.
With Nakamura in his chair, enjoying himself, knows that this game I'm gonna win.
Does look confident. One more eyebrow raise and
They played the
leaving the
game
board.
for 4.5 hours by now, but I think Hikaru knows it exactly. No matter how long it's gonna be, I'm gonna win this.
Duda, I think Duda's also talked himself into this is hopeless. I blundered. I'm lost. I'll keep making some moves, but doesn't look like he's smelling his chance to defend this.
But the thing is that if you're still annoyed by your decision, even
Very
if
hard to
there
play.
would be a rescue, he will not
Yeah.
find it,
No,
right?
exactly.
I mean, there is no rescue, but still, if Nakamura would be making a mistake, it's much more difficult to find how to get away with it if you're still in the state of mind that I can't believe it, I played d5. How could I do that?
Yeah. And it doesn't look like he's over it. Also, the position is so painful. No, it's not like he can calculate some line and maybe if I go here,
Yes.
something good happens. Everything he'll think about will be just terrible. And yeah, more resigned hand gestures there.
You know who was a person who could resign, for example, in such a position, even in less lost positions?
Ivan Tuk.
Yes. He's very known to all of us, yeah? I mean, he just blundered something he really didn't like. He said, okay, I'm not interested. I just don't deserve to save this game. I just resigned and went for a walk for 3 hours.
Well, if there's no hope, makes some sense not to torture yourself there for another 2 hours, but usually
Yeah, but
you wait
still,
until there's a clear
yeah.
knockout and then
I mean,
why not?
we would understand it, right? We wouldn't criticize someone,
No,
though it would feel early.
it's not going to happen, but yeah, it's a sad position. Rook b7, even just the dumbest of moves. What do you want to do? Knight b8, to hang the rook.
If you go bishop c3, it takes on b6 and d7. With the king on h7, you're losing everywhere. Rook d8, bishop a5. Rook d7,
Yeah,
knight
always-
f8, right?
Yep. The fork.
I mean, yeah.
Duda did
So
fork it
knight
up.
knight d7 is a must, but that's completely not here. One move before, but it's also hopeless. I mean, two pieces against the knight is just gone.
And against the king. It's resigned.
But after rook b7, I think I would maybe go rook c1.
But you're still dreaming of the checkmate.
Yeah, I
just
don't
want
know.
the pawn
Somehow I
and
just want to go rook c1
be
and
done with
c8.
it.
And you go for the. But okay, here he has to calculate short, not much.
He will man.
But yes. Bishop c3 from this point of view, it's much more powerful, more straightforward.
It's a sad position no matter what, but yeah. Nothing wrong with either. I would just go.
So what about playing if bishop d4, rook c7? But hold on, you're not rook a8, let's say. That one.
Switch to your
You go rook c1. Change of plans.
adjusting. Such a disgusting position. Judit plays bishop e3. He's trying to stop rook to c1.
But he'll get rook c7, right? Rook c7.
What does he do after this?
Rook a8 as well, and then he gets rook e1, I guess. Or your bishop c3.
Both look good. Not this. Bishop d4, then rook c1. Bishop f4, you can even take and take.
Yeah. Bishop f4, g3 is also not a bad one.
Also not horrible.
Still acceptable. Hikaru is gonna play now rook c7 now.
He's feeling himself. What a story for Hikaru, no? Like, takes 2 years off, becomes a giant streamer, then plays the Grand Prix as a holiday, as he said, wins it, qualifies for this, and here he is, very, very close to a World Championship match. Now, this is still my favorite storyline. Nakamura plays Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match. He has to win for more drama, and Magnus wins the candidates, and we get the Nakamura-Carlsen match in 3 years, whenever it is.
I mean, not many people would consider to give up a title, which if he's going to give up his title, to be able to play in the candidates tournament and to challenge himself to win and be the challenger.
Oh, but it makes some sense for him, no? Because he enjoys tournament chess and he enjoys competition. He just doesn't like the stress of the matches. So maybe he could also win the candidates and then say, no, I'm not playing. Second place, Anish, Giri, you're in. You play against Hikaru. Well, sweet. Bishop d2, didn't see that one coming.
But I don't understand it either.
Surprising.
Why is it so dangerous, this bishop on e3, that he goes bishop d2?
Maybe he calculates some bishop b6, bishop c3. Wants to go back to it.
What about
Takes.
bishop?
And the rook comes. It's fine. Bishop is his least necessary piece, no?
Yeah, but it was standing so well on
nice.
d4.
Yeah,
I mean, it was helping. It was protecting the d6. It was supporting. This I'm surprised.
It wins. It wins. So let's say takes. Want to go here? Looks good enough.
Well, it seems like this position is hard to ruin.
Trying. It's too good. Duda down to 31 minutes. But the clock is the least of his worries. As of 38 minutes, I'm just complete.
e4, rook c7. And rook c1.
The usual. Moves.
Incredible. Incredible what has happened in this game.
It's a brief
I'm pretty
recap
sure
of the key
Nakamura
moments.
will say that he just couldn't believe his eyes. Actually, we saw that. That expression ourselves.
Weird position. Nakamura went for this h4, h5 push. It came very surprising. Then I think he missed, but maybe we'll also sacrifice after knight h4. After knight h7, there's no good way to keep his e-pawn. Queen has to keep contact with it. If the knight moves, then c4 is hanging. And after b3, knight g5, it's being picked up. So he was a pawn down. We were debating how much compensation. It looked promising for him. But Duda, I think, played some good moves, consolidated. And here, this is the big moment of the game. If he plays b4, should b2. a4, the computer said, black is just much, much better. Pawn up with a good position.
Black is much better here.
Duda played d5.
And ran out of the hole.
CD.
Because he recognized.
Very possible.
The blunder.
Rook c2. Missing bishop d6. We could see when he returned, he was shaking his head. And this position is apparently still not so bad, but you could also tell. Duda was a bit shaken up here. The computer line was something like this, and black seems to be active enough to hold the balance, although it's not a dream from where he came from. Instead, he went knight to c5, d6, which apparently wasn't the best move, by the way. And here Duda blitzed out knight d7. Also often a sign that something's a little off. No, you want to show. I mean, didn't miss d6. You jump back, but
it's also kind of a respect to Nakamura that, okay, I trust you know what you're doing and you're going to be pushing the pawn.
This was just fine.
It was not clear.
Yeah. And here he could have survived, but after knight d7, it's been just a sad position to look at.
Yeah, I mean, these d6 pawns, I remember that there are some lines actually in the Averbach variation in the King's Indian, where someone, I was allowing this, having the pawn on d6. Of course, I had an extra pawn in return. So in some positions you can allow, but very rarely it happens that you survive. But still, even if for the next 10 moves or 15, it's not going anywhere, but it gives such a pressure on a position on black that sometimes it just takes 15, 20 moves, but eventually when you reach rook on c7 or somehow you can move forward, it's collapsing completely.
Black needs so many pieces to keep an eye on it. Hikaru just insists
C3.
on the exchange of bishops. I thought I made myself clear with bishop d2.
Yeah.
Let's get rid of the bishops.
No more escape from d4.
Duda not having the time of his life.
I wouldn't like to be in his place.
Not today.
Now. And generally, he looks so calm. He's very stable. And in this tournament, by towards the end, he's so frustrated about his decision, what he made d5.
Maybe, of course, he feels bad about his tournament, but maybe he also feels that he's messing it up for other people. If he's sorry, Ding, I didn't do this on purpose. I'm trying to play my best.
If you're a chess professional on the highest level, you cannot think this way, right?
But
you can.
For Richie today, it also felt a bit like, okay, I'm sorry that I messed this up in the white game against Nepomniachtchi. I'll try my best. I'll play the classical Sicilian and make something happen. Didn't quite work. But of course, yeah. You can only really concern yourself with your game. Yeah? Here, there's not much to hope for. We can look at it. Black is just lost on all the fronts.
If you wouldn't look at it, and you don't need computer, just looking at it, do the face expression. Since d5, what he played, then you understand everything. And now he really wants to resign, but he can't. He still wants to make some moves.
He's looking at some line, no line works, then he's annoyed again, then he thinks back to d5. It's a vicious circle. I feel bad that we keep staring at him. It's hard to look away too.
This will be a sad, memorable game in his career. Kind of a nightmare, I must say.
It's tough.
He's the only one who is playing already in this round. All the other games were finished. Three draws.
All eyes on him.
So what's going to be tomorrow's pairing? Just let's take a glance on that, because we have Rapport against Rajabov.
Let's not forget, if Rajabov wins
He will not win.
in business, of course,
It's
playing
Rapport.
Rapport, so it's impossible. Caruana Firouzja,
Anything
even if
can
Fabi
happen.
wins, still in business.
Well,
Although,
okay,
yeah,
that can be, that I think there is a bigger chance Fabi winning.
So the most fun scenario would be Ding either wins this game or they draw. I can't do math. Let's look at the standings. It's pretty basic math, but we still need to have a look at them. So here we are. Ding has 7 points. We assume Hikaru will win, which puts him on 7.5. So he would have to lose to Ding, but then
No, then
Rajabov
it's
and Fabi
over.
can't catch them. So if Hikaru wins, it's over for
But
everybody
hold on,
but Hikaru Ding.
If Ding wins, then he's second.
Yeah, that's the point. So if Nakamura wins, then Ding can beat him tomorrow to finish second.
Yes.
But ignore everything else I said.
Yes.
Caruana and Rajabov don't have a chance unless Nakamura messes this up and ends in a draw. In that case, they could still hope for the draw between Ding and Nakamura tomorrow. They both win, and we have a 4-way tie on 7.5.
Oh.
But it's not going to happen because Hikaru's not going to draw. Bishop back to e3. Say, please go knight takes e5, sir.
And blunder. But finally, it's time to play rook c7.
I think it's happening. I think king g3, king h3. Oh no!
Rook c7 is
Here he
the
goes. And what's the knockout after rook
Okay.
e8? There's nothing particularly wrong with any quiet
No,
move.
what about playing rook d1, rook e1, bishop d4, bishop takes? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I want to.
Well, I just want to see bishop d4 takes, rook e6, d3, rook e7. Am I in time? I am, because d2, rook d7. Yeah. d1, rook j8, or rook c7, dc.
Beautiful.
Oops. And the rook defends. Okay, you can go knight, rook takes c7, pawn takes, knight b6, or even knight f6. So I think white can screw this. After
Yeah,
knight
this
f6,
looks-
white is...
Too complicated for the position. he
It
came
was
from.
better before.
Yeah.
That's all what I'm
Rook
saying.
e8,
Rook a8,
king h3.
king h3, very prophylactic.
He knows what he's
Well-
doing. Black can't move anything. You can never
Yeah.
take. You can go knight f6, but
I wouldn't be surprised
Are you
even if he
happy?
would resign here. I think it's going to be under 5. Like it's going to be under 52 moves.
I'll take the over just so we have a quick, quick finish. Arrow gets up.
Maybe it will be not even reaching move 50.
Fair enough. King H3.
Expression and also the situation on the board.
Chess is not a fun game, is it?
We all have been there. We know exactly what it means when you have a position, you have a good position, you blunder something, and then it's not enough that you blunder and you're ruining to equality, but you even make a double or triple blunder practically, and you even lose the game.
And you have to sit there in agony for 3 hours looking at the rules.
Do you remember this? You remember this game when against Gavay Jones? Magnus blundered a piece in move, what was it, 15 or something? You remember?
Yeah, I remember.
What did he do? He was not shaking his head. Of course, he
was shaking his head.
Okay, but he had his opinion about himself for 1 minute or two. And then what did he do? He said, okay, I'm playing on. He was playing on and he won. And I think some people who were not following the game live maybe thought that, wow, this really Magnus sacrifice a piece. It doesn't look so good, right?
Didn't look great.
But okay, that was yeah, that was a piece. Well, he will hear this time to time in conversations.
Yeah.
That at this point, where he played d5, it was changing the course of the candidates.
Very much so. So he wins this game,
And if
Ding needs to draw
Nakamura,
tomorrow.
if Nakamura becomes second, Nakamura owes him.
Maybe we'll change the whole chess history. Maybe Magnus will have said, yeah. If Pomeshi Ding, that match I'm fine with. You guys have fun. But if he sees Hikaru's in the match, he's like, I can't have a world champion Nakamura. I'm playing.
But when d5 happened in this game, nor Duda believed that he played it, nor Nakamura believed that it actually happened, that Duda played it.
What a gift. No, Hikaru's sitting there looking at the runes of his position, pawn down, tough position, then boom. d5, here's your pawn and all the squares.
Well, actually now I think already he's thinking that just accepting that, okay, I will have to resign shortly. Deal with the press, deal with the media, deal with the people to meet in the room when I go out.
What were you
meeting
thinking
the
when
fans.
you played d5, Jan-Krzysztof? Did you miss something? No, I wanted it to go exactly this way.
It's a
That
good
does
question.
almost
What is exactly happened, you think, in his mind when he played d5?
I don't know. I think the line he saw.
The mistake by the misjudgment or being impatient or losing full control or just pure calculational problem?
I think he calculated one line and then, because he's a bit out of control for a while already, he just went for it. So I think the line he saw must have been this: e4 takes knight f6.
He saw one
queen
line
f3,
which worked.
E takes d5, and apparently black is much better here. Like, it's also not obvious to me, but apparently he is. And he sort of has control over all of the key squares. So I think he saw that and then just went for it, probably pressed the clock after d5 and realized there's bishop d6 or whatever other moves, as it typically happens. It's just such a high stakes blunder, because if it doesn't work, you can easily be lost. No, and the alternative is
maybe
much
it
better.
could also be that he was so annoyed before he could go b5, that it was so passive position. Knight on f6, oh my God, d6 pawn is pressed. I cannot do anything. White can go bishop a3, tripling on the d5, so on. So maybe psychologically, he just wanted to break out so much.
Could be. Go b4, break out later. Another? No, there's no way. I have Judith's level misses b4 here.
It's a typical situation. If you play a bullet chess, you play b4 instantly, right?
Yeah, that's why you should train a lot of bulleting.
This is not exactly the conclusion I wanted.
That's not the point of the story. Okay.
But it happens in quite a few occasions that if you play instantly, you win, like Magnus against Fabiano in game 1, 2018. First game, right? It was, I don't know, it was queen c3 or something.
Yeah,
it was
some
such an
very good.
obvious move. And if he's not thinking, he would do it. And why do you think it happens something like this, right? That if you play intuitively, you just win.
Yeah, I'm
if
not
you
sure.
think, you overthink it somehow.
Can happen, but I'm not sure if there are any rules to be drawn from it. Because many a time also you calculate a little bit and you realize your first instinct was wrong and you play a better move. No? So it's what makes chess so tough. There's never one rule for everything.
E4. So which one to take? This is the question.
Is there a wrong answer?
Well, after bishop b4, maybe he wants to go rook b8. That's the move.
How do we like our position?
That's a nasty move. Bishop
Thank
d4. Don't tell me you go bishop c3.
Hard to resist.
Hard to resist. Okay. Bishop b6.
Hikaru took on b4. Rook b8 played. He's going to play bishop d2. So
rook d3 is also not bad at all.
I've been trying to
Move.
exchange bishops.
But after rook d3, rook b4, rook d7 is also not a bad choice. No, maybe it's not so good because takes knight f8, king f8, and bishop d4. You see? I can...
Back in business.
Okay, so at least we found the line where it would be misplaying.
Black is only slightly lost. Go back. I'm not sure. White has the patience here to take and play b4, so there must be some better way. What about this? Can you take?
But actually, maybe rook d3 was good. And after rook b4, simply rook e3. I just wanted to be too smart by taking rook d7.
So looks winning, yeah.
This is what we have on the board. No. Bishop c3. Bishop c3.
Yeah.
Then bishop c3.
Bishop d2 was cute, but it's actually more useful to have e5 under attack. Other things. Just take.
Well, that's 2 pawns up.
So he goes rook takes
Rook
b3.
b3.
Do you take on d7?
Let's see what it is. Takes. Check. King g8 takes. Rook c3. Knight e5. And maybe still go back. Bishop g5, d7, bishop d8, rook a1. Game
Still.
over. King f8, knight g6, check first. And only then rook a8.
Your checkmate pattern finally is coming in.
But not on h7, but on
Still
f8.
counts.
So now big question, how to convert it to full victory, right? Bishop e5 or rook d7?
Yeah, it's not like bishop e5 is bad. That's the usual. At some point, you have to
But
calculate the line and end the
at
game.
some point you have to make it. You have to calculate it all the way. But maybe this is the time. Check. Takes 95. Rook
C8,
D7,
D7 is lost.
96.
Bishop back.
It's
Wherever,
forced, right?
D7, D8 is forced.
Okay, one.
One. It's not a very tough line for
No.
Nakamura standards.
But you have to make it. You have to double check it.
I think he's going to do it.
I also think he's going to do it. He's, well, but one thing is sure, he's not going to ruin it.
Yeah, that would be hard to picture even how.
And this is also very difficult when you play on. You don't feel like to resign. At the same time, you're playing on and you know it that you don't
hope,
have
yeah.
a single % chance that you will really save the game, right? It's like, then you can ask yourself, why are you sitting there? Because you just can't accept the fact.
For the
What has
record,
happened?
knight takes e5 pro is also not bad.
After rook c3.
C3.
Knight e5. Ah, the bishop is hanging. Fine. Then maybe knight e5 is even more. But
Like
knight
the other
e5,
line,
knight f6.
more because it just ends the game. Yeah, and I think he's going for it.
Rook d7, yeah?
It looked like the hand was
You
reaching
have to
towards
do,
the
you
d7.
have to do this calculation. And king is on h3, excellently placed.
He's just double checking.
Triple checking.
There he goes.
And already
Triple check.
he wants to make it.
C8.
And he's not doing it.
Oh, but he goes
we
for.
forgot finally
We forgot
this
about
mate.
your square.
Ah,
Oof, you've been teaching us
but okay.
all game long. But rook b8.
Rook b8, knight f8. Oh, but that's not over yet. Nah.
Also
No, but he
not
goes rook,
over.
rook, rook b8 takes rook d7. Rook b8 on the board. Takes a knight f8. And after king g8, d7.
And resigns.
Immediately.
Buddha shaking his head one last time.
Move 52.
And next thing he will shake is Nakamura's hand. There we go.
Wow.
That was a good time for change.
Wow.
Hikaru Nakamura wins this game, moves into sole second place after a bit of a roller coaster. But the Nepomniachtchi Nakamura match is very close. All Hikaru, assuming Magnus doesn't play, obviously, all Hikaru has to do is not lose to Ding tomorrow. Easier said than done. Ding there in the world number 2 with the white pieces. It's good for us. We get, even though Nepomniachtchi won already, we get a fun last game with the must-win situation for Ding.
Absolutely. I mean, it's incredible last round. Lot of fight, so the players will not sleep well, poor guys. But the good news is it's the last round tomorrow, and we'll got to know who is going to be the second. Today already we got to know who is the first, for sure, mathematically. Basically tomorrow, even if Napo loses, which he won't, I guess, he wins the tournament, and definitely he's going to be playing the World Championship match next year.
We're done for today. Thank you so much for watching. Same place, same time tomorrow, 3 p.m. with the big showdown between Ding and Hikaru. Nobody else can enter the fight for second place. Thanks for watching. Stick around for the Banter Blitz. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.